Hello, everyone, and you're very welcome along to the May Planning Committee meeting. And can I first of all ask Suzanne to read the notice and summons the meeting? Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. You're hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of the Planning Committee, which will be a hybrid meeting conducted remotely via WebEx and physically in the Council Chamber, Derry Road, Strabane, on Wednesday, the 7th of May, 2025 at 2 p.m. Now the attendance. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
Online, Suzanne.
Thank you. Alderman Mary McMorris. Here. Thank you. Alderman Janice Montgomery.
Oh, online, Suzanne.
Thank you. Councillor John Boyle.
I'm also online, Suzanne.
Thank you. Councillor Caroline Devine. Thank you. Councillor Sean Fleming.
Shaw online.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher. Thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
And Shaw.
Thank you. Councillor Fergal Leonard.
And Shaw.
Councillor Patricia Logue is going to be late and will be remote. Councillor Sean Mooney. Thank you. Councillor Patrick Murphy.
And Shaw.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Riley. Councillor Martin Riley. Councillor Grace O'Neillis. And Shaw. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. I'll just read through the broadcasting statement for hybrid meetings. I'd like to remind everyone physically present at this meeting or in attendance remotely that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with our protocol. Due to your attendance at this meeting, you're consenting to be filmed and to the use and storage of those images for broadcasting or training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. A copy of the Council privacy notice may be found on the Council website, www.derrystrabane.com. Can I ask at this stage for any declarations of members' interest, please?
Chair, Councillor Boyle.
Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Yes, Chair. I had always intended to make this declaration in relation to these matters. So I'm going to declare an interest in items 2 and 3. So if I can be placed in the lobby when we reach that stage in the meeting, that's the planning applications items 2 and 3.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Have we any other declarations of interest? Nobody in the chamber or nobody online? Thank you. Just moving on now to Chairperson's business. I would like to first of all welcome to the chamber today Aileen McFerrin from the department and from planning in particular. You're very welcome, Aileen, and thank you for joining us today. And I know that Rosemary Daly, the Chief Planner, was to attend today as well, but something has come up and hopefully she'll be joining us online in June. And hope you enjoy the meeting today. Thank you, Aileen. Members, this is going to be my last meeting as chair of the Planning Committee, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for your cooperation throughout, and also to all the officers here from the council and all the staff. I really, really deeply appreciate all the help and support that you have given me, and in particular to the pre-meets, which I find really, really useful. And I know we've already said our goodbyes to Eamon Malloy as well, but I'd like to also include Eamon in this, and my thanks to Eamon. He has been, like all of you, have been really very helpful to me. So thank you all very much. I'll just move on now to late items, and I'll ask Suzanne to take us through that. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Members, there have been a number of late items that have been circulated to you both yesterday and today. We have 6 items relating to planning applications number 2 and 3 on the agenda. That's LA 11 2023 2158F and LA 11 2023 0809F. And those are firstly a letter from Matt Kennedy to S. McCracken, the email response to Matt Kennedy from Rosie McMenamin, Principal Planning Officer, the email from Matt Kennedy to Rosemary McMenamin, an email from Una McNally, and we've also received a photo just shortly there before the meeting from Miss McNally as well, which has been circulated, and we have a letter from Barbara Curran. That's for items numbers 2 and 3. And for item number 5, LA 11 2024 0151, we have received a site plan from the agent, Mr. Andy Tate. And that is all to date. Thanks.
Thank you, Suzanne. I have no other items on their chair's business, but what I do want to do, I want to give members 10 minutes reading time over those late items to make sure that you're all familiar with the contents. Thank you. Okay, members, hope you find that reading time useful. Everybody ready enough to move on? Just to confirm the running order then will be as per your agenda is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Item 6, any matters arising from the open minutes of the Planning Committee held on the 2nd of April 2025? No, that's planned, thank you. So moving on to the planning applications. The first one is LA 11 bar 2021 bar 0744 bar F, and Rosie will be taking us through this one. Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Item 1 is LA 11 2021 0744F for a residential development comprising 161 dwellings and associated site works to include flood alleviation scheme. The development comprises 2 detached chalet bungalows, 7 numbered detached houses, 14 number 7 semi-detached chalet bungalows, 82 number semi-detached dwellings and 46 number townhouses. The location is to the south of Gortnure Road and immediately east of Silverbrook Park and Primity Crescent new buildings, with a recommendation to approve. And the applications before you today, members, this is an application which falls into the category of major development. So this is just a site location map showing the context of the site with an aerial photograph adjacent. The policy context is set out in detail in the planning report and it's just summarised here. The consultation responses, you'll see there's generally no objection, subject to conditions. And in respect of representations, we've received 3 letters in total, 2 relating to a land ownership issue, which we are advised has now been resolved in favour of the applicant. And there's 1 letter raising issues relating to the phasing plan and programme for completion of works, compliance with the landscaping plan, intensification of traffic onto Gortnure Road, excessive vehicle speeds on Gortnure Road, poor condition of the road markings on the road, gritting and salting of the Gortnure Road, flooding along Gortnure Road, implementation of sustainable drainage system, and adoption of the road network and the foul and surface water sewers within the development. So the site layout, members, it's a bit small there, but basically the proposed dwellings are laid out to have a back-to-back relationship with those on the adjoining existing developments at Silverbrook Park, Primity Park, and those in the southwestern corner of the site front onto Primity Crescent. And the dwellings in Primity Crescent will face the new development. Within the site, the dwellings are all located back-to-back with their own private amenity space, and they all front onto a public road. So the vehicular access is onto Gortnure Road, and the road layout that's proposed gives connectivity throughout the site. There's footpaths either side of the road, and pedestrian connectivity is maintained into Primity Crescent, and a new access is created into Silverbrook Park, and that's pedestrian only connectivity. There's a total of 1.5 hectares of public amenity space provided in 3 separate locations throughout the site, and one of those areas contains a dedicated play area, and it is given supervision by the dwellings that surround it, which look onto it. The site slopes from Gortnure Road to Primity Crescent. Sorry, members. And the layout responds to that topography by stepping with the slope, as you can see from the cross section here. There's retaining walls required at several places within the site to address the change in slope, but these are generally located to the rear of the dwellings, thereby minimising any potential visual impact. And they're sensitively designed with brick detailing and then either topped with railings or wooden fencing. These slides just give an indication of the variation in the house types that are proposed, from chalet bungalows to semi-detached bungalows, detached 2-storey dwellings. There's semi-detached 2-storey dwellings and townhouses. So the development will be delivered in 3 phases. The pink indicated here is the first phase, the yellow is the second phase, and the green area is the third phase. So in terms of the whole design and layout, we consider that it will provide a quality residential environment. The variation of the house types brings interest into the development. The size of the dwellings is all within the recommendations set out in PPS 7, and the density is in keeping with the established developments that bound it either side. In terms of open space, you'll note from policy OS2 of PPS 8 that any site that proposes 25 or more dwellings must provide public open space. So this site extends to 7.03 hectares, and open space must comprise 10% of the site area. So in this case, there's 1.45 hectares proposed, therefore exceeding the 10% provision, so that's acceptable. There's a linear strip of green space along the eastern boundary of the site, which opens onto the multifunctional area of open space that provides landscaping, paths throughout it, and a dedicated children's play area. A management plan is provided, and officers recommend a condition requiring the developer to nominate and appoint a landscape management company prior to occupation of any dwelling. There's an area of the site to the southwest corner, which is zoned for open space in the Derry area plan. Some of the space will be retained as open space and some of it will be developed for housing. So policy OS1 of PPS 8 operates a presumption against the loss of open space. Exceptionally, however, where that area of open space is less than 2 hectares and the developer makes appropriate alternative provision, and there's no significant detrimental impact on the amenity, character, biodiversity of the area, we can consider the development of that area of open space. So in this case, we have an area of open space which extends, as I say, to 1.45 hectares, and that is divided out into 3 areas that are easily accessible to all the occupants of the proposed development. The landscaped area of open space with dedicated play area will be also available to occupants of Primity Crescent and Primity Park, as there is pedestrian access afforded from those developments. So on balance, we're satisfied that the alternative provision for open space is acceptable in accordance with policy OS1. As part of the development, the flood risk to the site has been assessed and a flood alleviation scheme is proposed. So the site itself isn't in the floodplain of any river. However, there is a history of surface water flooding in the area, and a drainage assessment was submitted with a proposed flood alleviation scheme. So the sources of flood risk are from overland flow coming from higher land to the east of the site and due to an undersized culvert on Gortmuir Road. So the flood alleviation scheme comprises the construction of a drainage ditch along the eastern boundary of the site to collect overland flow and an upgrade to the culvert on Gortmuir Road. So this plan just shows there the location of the ditch is outlined. The new ditch is to be outlined in blue there, and the location of the culvert, I don't know if you can see the cursor there, is on the Gortmuir Road. So the water that collects in the ditch will be directed to the new culvert, and this will be the maintenance of this will be the responsibility of DFI Rivers. They've confirmed that. The proposed dwellings then within the site are separated by a maintenance strip from the drainage ditch, and its management will be the responsibility of the management company to be appointed prior to occupation of any dwelling. So you'll see a number of red and green lines within the development site, and these indicate that there is separate foul and storm drainage proposed for the site, and both NI Water and DFI Rivers are satisfied that a suitable drainage and sewage network are feasible. So the drainage solution proposed then should address the concerns that are raised in the representation regarding flooding, and officers are satisfied that the proposal complies with policies FLD2 and FLD3 of PPS 15. In terms of access, there was transport assessment submitted, And this was to evaluate the transport impact of 161 dwellings accessing onto the Gortnure Road. So DFI Roads accepts the findings of the TA, which amongst other findings indicates that the existing junctions in the area will operate within capacity. DFI Roads is satisfied that safe access onto Gortnure Road can be achieved. The internal road layout is to standard and will be adopted by DFI Roads. And we're satisfied that adequate parking spaces can be provided. In terms of the representation, then, a number of these were addressed by DFI Roads. Regarding phasing, it's noted that the development will be developed in 3 phases, and we've attached a condition in respect of that. Traffic generation is acceptable in accordance with the transport assessment. The roads markings will be renewed by the developer, and gritting on the roads is the responsibility of DFI Roads maintenance section. The internal road will be adopted by DFI Roads, and the sewers will be the responsibility of NI Water. We've given consideration to natural heritage impacts. NED and SES were consulted and are both satisfied in terms of the drainage arrangements, protecting the integrity of any European site. NED is satisfied that the proposal is unlikely to have significant impact on roosting bats, and the compensatory planting that's proposed adequately replaces any trees that are required to be lost as a result of the development. Historic Environment Division was consulted, given the potential for archaeological artifacts to be uncovered, given the setting of the site adjacent to the historic plantation village of new buildings, and archaeological mitigation conditions are recommended. So members, in conclusion, officers are satisfied that the scale, massing, layout and design of the development proposes a quality residential environment for the future residents and takes account of the setting of the site and proximity to existing residential developments. The development is demonstrated to be acceptable in respect of the proposed alleviation scheme, its impact on natural heritage and the historic setting of new buildings. So approval is therefore recommended, subject to the conditions set out in the report before you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rosie. Members, we also have Andrea Sinclair and David Calvert, agent from Mark Design Online. Andrea and David, can you hear us?
Yes.
Thank you, Andrea.
Yes.
David, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Andrea, Dave, you're very welcome to the Plan Committee today. You have 5 minutes between you to address the committee, and I'll let you know about 4.5 minutes. Time is up, and I'll ask you to bring your comments to a close. So thank you.
Thank you very much. It's not my intention to speak in detail about the proposal, other than to say that I fully support the planning officer's findings. I am available, though, to answer any questions of a general nature, whilst my colleague David from Marek Design is available to answer any questions that you might have relating to drainage matters.
Thank you, Andrea. David's on. You want to add at this stage?
No, I'm just available to answer questions if required.
Okay, thank you. So over to yourselves, members. Have you any questions of Andrea or David on this particular application? Okay, is there anybody online? Is there any questions for Andrea or David? Andrea, David, I'm not seeing anybody indicating to ask you any questions, but thank you very much for attending today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, members, has anybody any questions for officers here? Councillor Jackson.
Good Chair, and I just want to highlight a number of items, a number of the conditions that are attached. Condition 5 and condition 6 are essentially negative conditions in relation to are awaiting satisfactory discussions with NI Water. And we all know the challenges and the constraints within the water network and the sewer network in particular. And I suppose I just want a wee bit of an understanding around why the negative conditions were deemed appropriate in this case, or why the application wasn't brought forward as a refusal, as we've seen maybe other applications in this pack. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Rosie.
Members, this is a proposed development. There's no development on the site. This is a new drainage layout that is being proposed for this development. It's been through consultation with both DFI Rivers in respect of any potential for flooding and NI Water in respect of the capacity for the new drainage network to feed in. This won't feed into one particular part of the NI Water network. There are several points at which it feeds in, so it kind of disperses the volume and intensity of that's feeding into the existing network. So NI Water are satisfied as well that what's proposed can be feasibly delivered and that it will be adequate for the site. You'll see there that condition 5 requires an Article 161 agreement, and that's an agreement with NI Water then to feed into the sewer. It's for an agreement for new developments to feed into the sewers and get connection. So we wouldn't be in a point of providing these conditions if the consultees weren't satisfied that this could be delivered. Does that answer
You, Rosie,
your
Councillor
question?
Jackson.
No, it does. It answers the question. I'm actually encouraged that it's there. And it's not the first time we've seen negative conditions attached to applications, and given the constraints and the issues that are faced by NI Water, and the fact that we do have a housing crisis, we need to see much needed homes built. That it's good that planners are looking outside the box and working with applicants to find solutions, and I welcome it. But I just wanted to highlight it, and because there's other applications in today's meeting that the same approach hasn't taken, and I fully appreciate the answer in relation to that this is a new development, so it's not a change of use, and that explains it. Thanks, Rosie.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Any other questions for Rosie? Anybody online, any questions? No, I'm not seeing anybody else indicating. So members, I'll hand it over to yourselves there if anybody has any comments or anything that they want to at this stage, out of the stage. Councillor Jackson.
Chair, I'm more than content to propose we accept the officer's recommendation to approve.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Mooney. Thank you. Has anybody got any contrary views to the proposal? Anybody online?
Chair Patricia Logue here, just if I could be marked present now too, but I haven't been at the start of this application, so I'll just I'll not be voting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Note that as an abstention. Thank you, Councillor Logue. Okay, I can't hear any voices against that proposal, so thank you, members. Rosie, for that one. Okay, members, we're moving on to number 2. This is LA 11 bar 2023 or 2158 bar F, and Malachi's taking us through this one. Thank you.
Chair,
Thank you,
John
Chair.
Boyle, Chair,
Yeah, Councillor Boyle, he's just been moved to the lobby. Is that all right, Councillor Boyle? No, definitely not on this. Volunteered there.
Chair, is this the Lawrence Hill one too? I'm just
Yeah, that's it, Patricia.
yeah, and I'm going to remove myself too, please.
Right, I'll give you I'll let you know now in a wee second if you've been removed from the lobby, Patricia.
Okay.
Councillor Mooney.
Thank you, Chair. Just moving on from the lead items, and
I'll come back to you, Sean, if that's okay. That's Councillor Logue removed from the lobby now. I just want to go to Alderman McMorris now, please.
Sorry, I should have declared this earlier on, but I just wanted to declare an interest in this application. I attended the opening of this property on behalf of the local MLA. I wasn't on the planning committee at that stage, but I'll declare the interest on it. Thank you.
Okay, now we will call you back in whenever this has been dealt with. Thank you. Councillor Mooney.
thank you, Chair. And just to come in on it's really to come in on the lead item from the applicant's agent, Mr. Kennedy. And I don't know where it's short circuit the application, but obviously Mr. Kennedy has put on the application to have the matter deferred given the refusal ground under the NI water situation. I've read it, and I've read the pack, and I've read the refusal reason they got there. I'm quite happy to hear from Mr. Kennedy maybe before the application starts. I don't know what other members are minded to do, but obviously I have in mind a proposal maybe to defer the application, given the fact that it's one refusal reason. There seems to be an indication that there may be a solution to be found in this matter, and given that situation, before we actually move the application, or before the application's moved, I would have a proposition to defer the matter for a set time frame to allow the agent to maybe come to a solution with NI water on that basis. But before I move it, I'm subject to other members' views on the matter. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mooney. Councillor McNeilis?
Chair, I just think it would be a benefit to the committee to hear from Matt Kennedy and to also hear from NI Water. So I would be of the mind that we proceed with the application and we hear the full paper.
Okay, Councillor McNeilis. Councillor Mooney, go ahead.
On that basis, Chair, I mean, I'm quite content. I could actually make the proposal now, and if we get seconded, we can go to a vote on it, and then whatever on that basis. So I'll make the proposal to defer, and then we'll go to a vote, and then obviously if it fails, then we can move on.
Okay, that's what I was going to do. Anyway, so we'll have a proposal to defer from Councillor Mooney. Do we have any seconders for that?
I'll second it, Chair.
Right. Okay, members, I have a proposal here to defer, and it appears we do have a difference of opinion on this, so I am going to go to a vote. Councillor Jackson?
Chair, I support the proposal to defer, but I suppose prior to taking a decision on that, it would be useful to have a conversation, and because I know Councillor Mooney's initial proposal was that we hear more from the agent and potentially hear from NI Water. So it's not, if we're voting to shut down a deferral, I would be hesitant on that, because I think it might be appropriate to defer, but after we hear from the agent and potentially NI Water.
That is the proposal. I just want to bring in Philip at this stage, please, members.
Yeah, sorry. So there may have been just some confusion at my end in relation to the proposal from Councillor Ennis in relation to that. The Planning Committee protocol obviously sets forward the steps at which individuals can speak, and we have to follow through the Planning Committee protocol in relation to that. So I think if members wish to hear from the agent in relation to the matter, we'll have to do that at the appropriate time. So I think perhaps members are all singing from the same hymn sheet in relation to this, and I've got confused. So we'll need to go through the paper, and then we'll hear from the agent whenever the agent has speaking rights, and then members may wish to reconsider whether or not they wish to make a deferral application at that point in the meeting rather than making.
Councillor Rennie.
Thank you, Chair. Well, based on the comments by Councillor Jackson and the observations by Study Solicitor, I'm happy to abandon that application and hear the application. Thank you.
Abandon the proposal, Councillor Rennie. Okay, thank you, members, for that. We'll go ahead now with the application. We'll hear from Malachy.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. The next item, L11 2023 2158. It's a full application for retention of change of use from nunnery to guest accommodation located at 1 Lawrence Hill. And sorry, apologies. Apologies for that. Can you see that now yet? Okay, sorry. LA11 2023 2158. It's a full application for retention of change of use from nunnery to guest accommodation at 1 Lawrence Hill. Our recommendation is to refuse. The application site is outlined in red. It is a corner plot at Lawrence Hill and at the corner of Springham Street. It is located within the central area as defined in the Derry Area Plan. It is also located within the Meagy Conservation Area. The application site, the building, the host building, is a 3-story property with a freeway element facing onto Lawrence Hill, and the site elevation has a 2-story rear extension facing onto Springham Street. The changes in the application and the physical changes and the operational changes are quite minor. In terms of elevational changes, there's some minor changes to windows to meet the building regulations, etc. There's addition of a number of small ornamental lights at the front elevation, and within the floor plan, which was on your pack also, there's been some minor alterations and partitions added within the property to provide ensuite bathrooms. So the existing property prior to the change of use was a nunnery. It had 8 rooms, a prayer room, a lounge, a kitchen, and some other ancillary rooms. The proposed development is for a 10-bed guest room. There's an associated application on the pack as well, which deals with the outbuilding to the rear of the property. So it's 10 bedrooms, which are en suite, and again, the lounge areas are retained for use for the guest accommodation, and the kitchen area is retained also. And there's an enclosed yard to the rear of, which is used for bin storage, etc. The policy context is set out in the case officer report. Includes the Derry Area Plan, the SPPS, the emerging LDP, PPS 2, Natural Heritage, PPS 3, Access, Movement and Parking, PPS 6, relation to planning, archaeology and development heritage, and PPS 16 in relation to tourism. We've consulted a number of bodies, primarily given the nature of the proposal and its location. We've consulted DFI Roads, who have advised on parking standards, environmental health, and provided a response with no objections, subject to standard informatives. NA Water have recommended refusal on the basis that the proposal will result in intensification of foul discharge into an existing capacity constrained public wastewater network. We'll speak in more detail of that later on in the presentation. Historic Environment Division, historic monuments have no objection. Historic buildings have considered the setting of proposal in relation to nearby listed buildings that have no objections. NAEA Water Management Unit have advised on standard advice in relation to foul sewage, etc. And provided standard conditions and informatives. Locks agencies have no objections, and we've consulted shared environmental services in relation to the foul sewage disposal. and they have provided mitigation measures in the form of a proposed condition. The condition relates to no works commencing until the agreed surface sewage and surface water disposal is agreed in writing with NI Water. So we've also received a number of representations which are detailed within the case officer report. In summary, the main issues raised relates to inaccuracies in the P1 application form, highlighting the NI Water concerns in relation to pollution, concerns about the design and access in the statement, concerns about the operations operating, even in light of the NI Water response, specific policy concerns in relation to PPS 16 tourism, impact on the residential and character amenity of the conservation area, pointing out that financial investment is not a material planning consideration. Other concerns in relation to some of the arguments put forward in relation to the best use of the property, overdevelopment in a residential area, highlighting previous PAC decisions and parking concerns. So in relation to the policy context, the application site is within the central area of the Derry Area Plan and within the McGee Conservation Area. And the proposed development, the primary uses for tourism accommodation. PPS states that the SPPS states that there is a general presumption in favour of tourism development within settlements subject to meeting the normal planning requirements set out in the retained planning policies. And it also is all the advice that applications for tourism development will be assessed in accordance with criteria such as access arrangements, design, environmental and amenity impacts, so to ensure high quality, safe and otherwise satisfactory form of developments. So the main retained policy in relation to tourism is set out within PPS 16, and the relevant policy from PPS 16 is TSM 7, which sets out a number of general criteria for tourism development to meet. And it looks at a number of factors that are echo the sentiments put out in the SPPS in relation to access and environmental issues. So the officers have considered this in a report and considered that the site is centrally located and is therefore highly accessible for a variety of transport modes. It's within the identified central area and the current development plan. It's primarily an application for a change of use. It's already operational. There's a small extension associated with the associated application, which links the host building to the outbuilding in the rear yard, which will be discussed in the next application. So therefore, in terms of the built operational development and the minor changes to elevations, officers are satisfied that there won't have any impact on the character of the area. The bin storage is confined within an established storage area to the rear yard, and there's no overspill into the street and won't have any detrimental impact on the character of the residential amenity of that area. The site is located within the town centre. It's considered that it's an area that's suitable for tourism. The predominant character in the area still remains residential, although it's noted that there's been a number of tourism accommodation approvals within the locality. The appearance is acceptable in terms of the character of the conservation area, and we've also considered impacts on the nearby listed buildings. So in terms of the built heritage, there's no concerns from officers. We've also considered the management of the proposal. A draft service management plan has been submitted and refers to parking for vehicles, waste storage facilities, waste collection, laundry, antisocial behaviour, code of conduct complaints, guest capacity and booking rules and information. So we believe that if the draft service management plan is implemented and conditioned, that there should not be any issues in relation to issues such as antisocial behaviour or litter nuisance, and there's other activities that may fall within other remits such as the PSNI. We've also considered issues in relation to foil sewage disposal. Again, we're going to more detail, but it's one of the criteria within the tourism development. As it stands, we believe that there's been insufficient information regarding sewage disposal to demonstrate the development, but it's not having a significant or adverse effect on the river foil and tributaries SAC, SSA, and therefore we have concerns that doesn't meet this criteria within PPS 16 and policy NH1 of PPS 2 and EMV 8 of the Derry Area Plan. In relation to accessibility, the proposed site is accessible to a number and a variety of transport modes, and we're satisfied that the parking provision is met through the current on-street parking and also met through its location within the city. So in relation to foil sewage disposal, NA Water in its first consultation response advised that the current network is constrained whilst there's capacity at the Colmore wastewater treatment plant. That network to get to that treatment plant is constrained, and there's issues in terms of that wastewater network. This is a proposal for retention, so we're looking at the intensification from what was there before. So it's noted in the application site before there was eight bedrooms within a residential institution use. The proposed development is for 10 bedrooms within this application. In addition, another bedroom also within the proposed application, all with ensuite bathrooms added to the proposal. NA Water noted in the consultation that there's existing intermittent discharges going into the foil system, and they've recognised that could affect the foil system and the burn Dennett system. We have consulted shared environmental services. Shared environmental services have to take into account the impacts on designated sites. They're saying that there would be no impact on the foil if mitigation measures were put in place. So the mitigation measures that they have proposed by the form of condition is that no works shall commence until a system has been agreed in writing with NA Water. As this is for retention, we can't meet the test of conditions by applying that condition because this proposal is already operating. Therefore, and it's operating without the prior agreement of NA Water. We do note that the applicant has engaged with NA Water, and there's a possible solution there to undertake stormwater offsetting. That will require a requisition order and for NA Water to do works off-site. As it stands, NA Water have advised us that it's not sufficiently progressed for them to change their position, and therefore officers cannot be satisfied that there's suitable mitigation to protect the knowledge interests of the river foil and tributaries SAC, and therefore officers consider the proposal fails to meet policy NH1 of PPS 2 and EMV 8 of the Derry Area Plan. We've also taken into consideration parking issues. It's acknowledged that there has been some concerns in relation to parking within the Lawrence Hill area. Officers have looked at the fully published parking standards and would recognise that the full standards were applied, an additional 8 spaces would normally need to be accommodated on street in the locality. Having acknowledged the policy that we must have regard to this figure, we've also acknowledged that AMP7 and TR5 allow decision makers to determine a reduced standard of parking. So in determining that and considering that, we've looked at the circumstances and the character of the area and the character of the proposal. Policy TR5 of the area plan states that the site is located within Zone B, which is within the central area. This allows the council to take account of the nature of development, the availability of existing parking and our local circumstances. Officers are of opinion that the proposed site is in a central urban area which is highly accessible with various modes of transport. Has also considered that this site has a high level of pedestrian accessibility to local facilities and the public transport network. and it's within 0.5 kilometres of the city centre, and it's within walking distance of many of the main amenities within the city centre also. There's also recognised that there's publicly accessible car parks in the locality that can be accessed for free at off-peak periods, which can be availed by the patrons of the guest house. We also recognise the nature of the proposal, that there's people coming and going and may not all be arriving by car also, given that this is a tourism proposal. So flexibility in respect of the relaxation of parking would also assist the beneficial reuse and refurbishment of an existing building of built heritage value, thereby supporting urban regeneration and resulting in planning gain in the conservation area, which is stated in policy AMP7 as a reason for allowing relaxation of parking standards. So taking into account the site's location within the central area, officers' observations on the site do not demonstrate there to be significant traffic congestion in the area as a result of this operating use. We've noted and considered photographs from objectors showing obstructions of parked vehicles, which we believe to be primarily a parking enforcement issue, which should be dealt with by the PSNI. Therefore, on balance, and having considered the comments from DFA Roads, having observed the site itself, and having considered the third-party comments, with regards to policy TR5 and PPS3 AMP7, we're satisfied that the parking standards can be relaxed and the full public standards should not be applied, and that there's available on-street parking and parking within nearby publicly available car parks to deal with the demand that this proposal creates. I've already covered, I suppose, the conservation of the bulk natural heritage in relation to the particular policy points within PPS 16. That there's no issues in relation to the conservation area or the impact on nearby listed buildings. We've considered that the condition proposed by SAS and as officers do not believe that they can be applied using the test of conditions, given that this is a retention application. So having considered the proposal against the relevant policies and considered all material considerations, including third-party objections and consultative responses, refusal is recommended subject to the refusal reasons set out within the case officer report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malachy.
Just check and see if I was looking at it.
Alderman Kerrigan, noticed your message there. Do you want to come on at this stage, or have we moved on?
No, you're grand, Chair. I was just going to comment on the proposal put forward by Councillor Mooney, but I'm grand to wait now for the others, so no problem, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Members, we have a number of speakers in the chamber and online. Just to let you know that Alan Moore from NI Water is online. I just want to check that you're there, Alan. Alan, can you hear us?
Loud and clear. Yep.
Thank you, Alan. And we have Mark Colvin from Sheehy Consultant. Can you hear us, Mark?
Yes, here too.
Thank you. And we have Matt Kennedy as well in the chamber. If I'd like to invite Matt forward now, please. Well, Matt, you're welcome to the chamber today. And to yourself, Matt, and Mark, you have 5 minutes between you to the rest of the committee. Thank you.
Chairman, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to address the planning committee on this planning application. I'm the planning consultant on the application. I'm accompanied by Mark Colvin of Sheehy Consultant, the applicant's drainage consultants. The applicants have invested upwards of £1 million in refurbishing this fine building in the conservation area. And it provides high quality visitor accommodation. This facility clearly enhances both the tourist accommodation offer in the city and the built heritage. I've looked at the Northern Ireland Water response dated 10th of April 2025. It clearly states that there's a solution for this site. The applicant's engineers are positively engaging with Northern Ireland Water on this drainage solution. The applicant has already paid a £10,000 design deposit to Northern Ireland Water to start designing the new storm sewer on Lawrence Hill, which will allow the storm offsetting process. Both Northern Ireland Water and the applicant have allocated significant time and financial resources to achieve this drainage solution. And in this context, I cannot see how it is either reasonable or justified for the planning department to bring this proposal forward as a refusal at this stage in the process, when this process has not yet been completed. I'm unaware of any other applications brought before this planning committee solely on the drainage issue at this stage in the process. This planning application should not have been brought forward in front of this planning committee until the design process and the positive engagement between Northern Ireland Water and the applicant had been completed. So I would argue it's premature. This storm sewer on Lawrence Hill, provided at the developer's expense, will enhance Northern Ireland Water's network and allow others to discharge to it. For me, that's a planning gain for the local community. The applicants are keen that Northern Ireland Water will expedite this process and hope it can be completed within a 6-month period. Therefore, on behalf of the applicant, I would request that this planning committee defer this application for 6 months until the applicant's engagement with Northern Ireland Water has been completed. Now, Chair, I can go into the technicalities of the refusal reason, and I can run through those. I don't know, I'm in your hands about how we wish to proceed.
You have 2 minutes left, Matt. Use them to your.
Okay, Chair. Finally, then, I would simply point out that I see nowhere within the Planning Committee report or the Northern Ireland Planning Water response where they provide the evidence to prove demonstrable harm and justify the refusal. Other planning authorities, such as Belfast City Council, have refused the action Northern Ireland Water recommended refusals in the past due to their failure to sustain their opinions with evidence to prove demonstrable harm. Chair, there's a requirement in any planning application to prove demonstrable harm with evidence. There's no evidence, absolutely no evidence, either in the Northern Ireland Water response or the Planning Committee report to justify this refusal. You know, and I'm here today. I looked at a freedom of information request, which probably all our councillors in this area know about. Well, there was a freedom of information request to Northern Ireland Water in 2024, which indicated that Northern Ireland Water has been discharging 1.3 million cubic meters of untreated sewage into the River Foyle between the Craigavon Bridge and the Foyle Bridge annually. That's being done by Northern Ireland Water. So this isn't intermittent discharges by Northern Ireland Water and the River Foyle on the basis of a heavy rainfall, which is overwhelming the combined sewage system.
Just asked you to bring your remarks to conclusion now.
But Chair, this is an important issue, Chair. But it's clear, Northern Ireland Water have a clear policy, and this is a regular occurrence by Northern Ireland Water. If we look at the discharge that is coming from this proposal in terms of intensification, and we look at what's currently happening, I ask the question, where's the evidence to prove our harm? Where's the evidence to prove the demonstrable harm? I don't see it, Chair. So, Chair, I would request a deferral.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. So members, just to let you know, remember that Matt's available here, Mark's online, and also is Alan Moore from NI Water. If members have any questions, go ahead now, please. Mr. Geller.
Just for Matt, there is, sorry, you can confirm that you are working alongside the water to resolve the issues around this application. We can only talk about this application. We can't talk about other stuff that's happening down the foil or whatever. But in specifics with this, there is potential resolutions getting worked through. Is that you confirming that?
Yes, Chair. Sorry, through the Chair. Yes, Councillor. I can confirm that we have submitted a wastewater impact assessment to Northern Ireland Water. As part of that process, they identified a solution, which was stage 1 of the process. What we have now done is that we've moved to stage 2 of the process, whereby we have now submitted a design deposit to allow them now to design a storm sewer to be brought up Lawrence Hill and to serve Lawrence Hill and to serve number 1 Lawrence Hill. So yes, I can confirm, yes, we are actively working with Northern Ireland Water and can confirm that.
Just one follow-up. And you believe that that might be resolved within the next 6 months?
I would certainly hope so, Councillor.
Councillor Jackson.
Chair, thanks, Matt. And the burning question I had before the application was presented was how long would the applicant need to carry out the work? And you answered it in your piece around that 6 months would be adequate. Can you elaborate a wee bit more around why 6 months would a period of time of 6 months would be required to come to a satisfactory resolution? And I suppose, can you give us a bit of information around how, or in terms of the time frame around the negotiations with NI Water, see the agreed solution, when was that established? And is there any reason, rationale for why it hasn't been implemented before now? And Chair, just this isn't a question, it's just a general point. And I know it's not contained with any of the refusal reasons, but we do have very rich heritage in terms of architectural heritage within our, particularly within our city centre. And those owners of listed buildings take on that responsibility to maintain and manage that. And there is an additional requirement to make sure that it's controlled in a proper way. I fully accept that in this case there was a lot of effort that went on to maintain the property in a positive way, but it wasn't. It was done outside of a process, and it does fly in the face of what we're trying to do here as a committee and as a council to protect listed buildings. If there's work that's carried out in buildings without permission beforehand, retrospective, and I know there's an avenue there for retrospective permissions, but it should be an absolute last resort. And in this case, it is really disappointing that we're dealing with this retrospectively, because the proper process is that this application would have come on and been discussed and approved or otherwise prior to any construction taking place, particularly given that this is a listed building. Apologies, but it's preservation there. I suppose just in relation to the comments or the questions, just it's around the time frame. Why was there 6 months, and what was the timeline leading up to this point, and any barriers to having the work carried out before now?
Okay, Councillor. What I did was I went back and spoke to our engineer, and our engineer, what he did was he wrote up a timeline and he submitted that timeline. That timeline was submitted as part and parcel of the late items that were submitted yesterday, which lays out the timeline and shows the interactions between our engineers and Northern Ireland Water dating back to 2023. And that was submitted as part of the late items that was submitted yesterday. So that's all been set out. So Sheehy Consultant have been engaging with Northern Ireland Water for a significant period of time. And the difficulties are, one, I think that Northern Ireland Water are currently swamped with these types of applications. And two, there's a particular complexity with them because we're dealing with drainage systems which are complicated and which haven't been properly mapped. And part of the process almost is that Northern Ireland Water are continuing to map their own network as we speak. So it's happening in real time to some extent. In terms of the 6-month period, what I've been told by the engineer and by Northern Ireland Water is that it's a 2-stage process. The first stage of the process is that they'll carry out now the design for the provision of the storm sewer, and that storm sewer will be brought up Lawrence Hill. Apparently, I didn't know this, but apparently Lawrence Hill doesn't have a storm sewer. So there will be a storm sewer brought up Lawrence Hill to service number 1 Lawrence Hill. The second stage of that process then, once the storm sewer is designed and requisitioned and provided, the second stage will be then that there will be storm offsetting. So there will be storm offsetting then, which will allow the storm water coming off number 1 Lawrence Hill to be diverted away from the combined sewer, and that will be taken into the new storm sewer. That then frees up capacity within the existing combined sewer for more file capacity. And I believe that's the process. Now, I'm hopeful that we can expedite that process and that Northern Ireland Water will expedite that process and we'll all move forward and hopefully get this done within 6 months. But at the end of the day, I can't guarantee that. It's out of my hands. I'm in the hands of Northern Ireland Water in that regard. But certainly, our client is keen to push on with this and get this resolved.
Anything else, Councillor Jackson? I think it'd be NI Water's mentioned a few times there. I think it'd be only fair to everybody and to hear from Alan Moore from NI Water about the 6 months and on the stages, etc. So, Alan, if you give us your comments on that, please.
No problem. Yeah, I would just confirm that there has been discussions with the client's engineers and ourselves regarding the wastewater impact assessment and a solution. Now, we identified the solution back in October last year, and on the 26th of November last year, we sent a letter out to the drainage consultant confirming a possible or an Article 154 storm sewer requisition down Lawrence Hill, which has just been alluded to. That was back in November last year. We asked for the usual design deposit, but this is where I got a wee bit confused because the information I was given yesterday by our own people was that that design deposit had not been paid. So I would like to know when it was paid. I'm not saying it wasn't paid, but the records that I was given by the engineering officer who was dealing with this case told me yesterday that that application dating back to November had not been progressed. Had it been progressed, yes, we probably would have been at a situation where it would almost be completed now, because we're almost 6 months or so after that date. But I say, according to my information, it hasn't been progressed. If it is progressed and the solution is delivered, yes, Northern Ireland Water will recommend approval of this proposal. Just picking up on another comment that Mr. Kennedy said, he said that Northern Ireland provide no evidence of detriment. I would say we have provided evidence. We have we have listed the constraints. The main constraint is Lawrence Hill combined sewer overflow, which is located about 60 metres downstream of this site. We have evidence to show that CSO is predicted to spill 58 times per year, with a total volume of over 3,300 cubic metres. It overflows into a 375 diameter overflow pipe, which in turn discharges down Lawrence Hill and into the Foyle at Queen's Quay. Now, these spills and flows are all based on a drainage area plan model, which Northern Ireland Water commissioned. That drainage area plan model is signed off and verified by our environmental regulator, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency. So, I think we have produced evidence there that any intensification of the existing flow will create a worse situation. But I acknowledge that if this solution is taken through and delivered, yes, it will create the hydraulic headroom that we would be in a position where we could recommend to approve this proposal.
Okay, Alan, thanks for that. In terms of the 6 months time frame from whenever everything's in order, what's your views on that?
Usually whenever everything's signed off and there's an agreement, I say everything's set in place, Northern Ireland Water will endeavour to deliver the solution within the 6 month period. That's correct.
Thank you for that, Alan. Members, anybody else? Councillor Neelis?
Yeah, it's just to cover what was said there about the application that it hadn't actually been paid. Can you confirm that?
Sorry.
I think that question is for Matt there, please.
Certainly my instructions were yesterday, yes, it has been paid, but I have our engineer. Our engineer's actually online and on call. Chair, it might be handy to hear from him. He can confirm or confirm it, but that's my instructions.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
You heard this last conversation question there. Can you get on the light for us?
Yes, I believe that the application was paid, yes. I got an email yesterday to say it had been paid. Maybe just to give you a reason or an explanation for the delay between I know Alan mentioned the 26th of the 11th, whenever the requisition offer was issued. We actually, whenever we received that, we requested a meeting with the requisition team and the impact assessment team in Northern Ireland Water, because there was just a little bit of conflicting information between the information coming from both parties. As Matt has said, there is no storm sewer in Lawrence Hill. The solution there's two parts to the puzzle essentially. Number one, offsetting has to be carried out, and the solution for the site is to offset the site itself. The problem being that there is no storm sewer. So if we were to offset the site, there is no storm sewer in Lawrence Hill for the offsetting to be redirected to. Therefore, we need to lodge an Article 154 requisition to bring a storm sewer to the site to facilitate the offsetting. So we actually had a meeting with both teams only on the 18th of March. And since that meeting, then the design deposit has been paid.
Thank you for that, Mark. Have we any other questions from members, please? Is anybody online? Is there any questions for Matt or for Mark or for Alan from NI Water? Okay, Matt and Mark, thank you very much for attending today. Okay, members, we're moving on now to any questions of the officers here. If you have any questions, please go ahead now. Is there anybody online has any questions for the officers? Okay, I'm going to invite Rosie now to clarify on a couple of comments that were made. Rosie, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Members, we'd just like to say that at the time of taking the application before you, we had no information on any time frame for. We were aware, obviously, that there was a solution, but no idea of the time frame for delivery of that solution. So that's the reason the application was brought before you today. So the 6-month solution period is now new information for ourselves as well. So it's just to make you aware of that. And obviously the premise has been operating in the meantime. So that's where we're at in terms of it being new information.
Okay, thank you for that, Rosie. Members, I'll pass it to yourselves now for any comments or anything that you just want to add at this stage or proposals, etc. Councillor Gallagher.
Again, Chair, I'll go back to maybe Sean's original proposal that we defer this for 6 months based on what we've heard today.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, I suppose based on the information we've just received, I wouldn't have been in a position to take that decision prior to hearing the discussions. But the alternative is that we have a building sitting empty and right in the middle of our city centre, which doesn't sit easy with me. So if there's based on everything that I've heard, I'm content to second the proposal from Councillor Gallagher.
Councillor Bennett.
Chair, just to let you know, I'm going to abstain based on the fact of the previous proposal and in light of the evidence heard afterwards. I probably should abstain on that basis anyway, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Yeah, I just want to bring in Philip at this stage, please.
Yeah, members, given that this is a retrospective application and given that there's been a bit of a conflict, not a conflict's not the right word, but a bit of uncertainty as to whether or not the deposit has in fact been paid as of today, might I suggest, members, that there's a slight amendment to the proposal to defer to 6 months, that in the event that we can't get confirmation from NI Water that the deposit has been paid, that the matter might be brought forward by officers to the planning committee prior to that date. Just I don't think it would be right in the circumstances for us to leave it for 6 months before we left members know the position in relation to that.
Okay, members, so we have a proposal and with amendment mentioned by Philip there. I'm just going to go to a vote on that, please.
Okay. Alderman Kerrigan.
For Suzanne.
Councillor Caroline Devine.
Ta.
Councillor Sean Fleming.
Ta.
Councillor Paul Gallagher.
For.
Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Ta.
Councillor Fergal Leonard.
Ta.
Councillor Sean Mooney's abstained. Councillor Patrick Murphy.
Ta.
Councillor Martin Riley. Here. And Councillor Grace O'Neilis. Ta. 8 for, 1 abstention.
That's 8 for a proposal and 1 abstention. Thank you very much to members and everyone for their conversation. Councillor Jackson.
Chair, just a query. Does that apply to item 3 or do we need another proposal?
Well, another proposal, please.
In that case, I'll make a proposal that item 3 is also deferred.
Can we second it? Councillor Gallagher seconded it. So, members online, she heard that or not, but there's another proposal to defer number 3. I take it that the vote will be the same. Yeah, okay. So that's number 3 will be deferred as well. Okay, can we bring 2 back in, please? There's Nairi. Okay, members, we'll move on to application number 4. This is at 89 Tamnahearn Road. Malachy will take us through this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Item 4 is L11 2022-0812. It's a full application for the erection of an agricultural building that lands 120 metres west of 89 Tamnahearn Road, and the recommendation is to refuse. The application site, as outlined in red, is located off the north of the Tamnahearn Road. It's located outside the development limits of any settlement limits as defined in the area plan. Would be considered to be on the open countryside. The application site is accessed off the main road with a laneway going to the rear of the field here. And the general location of the shed is with a red dot is shown on the cursor on the presentation. Again, the application site itself falls from the Tamnahearn Road, and the location of the proposed shed is to the rear of the large agricultural field. There's a dump in the field to the rear, and there's an existing mature vegetation along the boundary. Because provides a backdrop to the application site. The actual laneway and the boundaries to the south are not defined at present. So the policy context is set out in the case officer report. It includes the RDS, the area plan, the SPPS, PPS2, PPS3, PPS21, the emerging area plan, and supplementary plan guidance building on tradition. So the proposal is for an agricultural shed, shown in the elevations of floor plans here. It's a traditional bulk shed, familiar to the rural area. There have been no representations have been received. So in terms of consultation responses, we've consulted DERA. We've advised that the farm is currently claiming payments, but the farm business has not claimed payments through the basic payment scheme or agri-environment scheme for the last 6 years. NI Water have responded with no issues, environmental health have no issues, DFA roads have no objections subject to standard conditions. Water management and NED have provided standard conditions and informative. Shared Environmental Services consulted formally and advised that the project would not have an adverse effect on the integrity of any European site. And there's an electricity line running through the field, and NIE have responded with no objections. So the main policy context is set within PPS 101, and the relevant policies are for agricultural shed is policy CTY 12. Which also acknowledges that the CTY 10 must be taken into account in terms of establishing whether the farm is currently active and established for at least 6 years. So the application has been, there's been information submitted by the applicant regarding the farming activity on the holding. They've referred to the current arrangements for storage of farm materials and farm animals, etc. The agent has submitted a supporting statement dealing farming activity, which has been considered in the case officer report. We've also consulted DERA in relation to the farm business ID number. DERA confirms that while the farm is currently claiming payments, it's not been it was allocated in 2021 and therefore doesn't meet the 6 years. Officers acknowledge that this is not the only way to to assess whether a farm or agricultural business is active and established for 6 years. We've sought further support and information. This has not been forthcoming to a sufficient level to allow it to satisfy us that the proposal is on an agricultural holding that is active and established for the 6 years. Therefore, officers consider the applicant fails the first test of policy C2A 12, which requires a farm to be active and established. We've also considered the other criteria within C2A 12. In particular, we've considered whether the proposed shed, whether it's been demonstrated that the building is necessary for the efficient use of the agricultural holding. The agent's supporting statement stated the requirement for the shed is for storage of farm machinery, equipment, and farm crops generated in the fields and for security purposes. The agent has outlined that he's currently nowhere to store crops, harvest from the fields, and they must therefore be sold off at a reduced price. The applicant has indicated at present all machinery is either left out in the open or stored at his brother's farm at 119 Flatmanus Road. The agent has also advised via email that the applicant has 10 cows and 10 lamb sheep in the subject shed. Others have given consideration to information provided by the applicant regarding the operation of the farm business. We do not consider it has been demonstrated sufficiently that a shed is necessary for the efficient use of the holding for the following reasons. Whilst a higher number has been submitted, officers have not been provided with evidence to demonstrate that the cows have been moved on and off the farm. No information has been submitted regarding the location of the housing for the cattle during winter months. This is added to the SAS assessment that this proposed shed cannot be used for the long-term storage or home storage of animals. No evidence has been submitted to demonstrate the crops have been sold off during the holding. No inventory of farm machinery has been provided, and no evidence or supporting information has been provided to corroborate the statement that it's being stored elsewhere. Given the above, Council's opinion that in this instance has not been sufficiently demonstrated that a shed is necessary for the efficient use of the agricultural holding. C2A 12 also requires sufficient information confirming that there are no suitable existing buildings on the holding or enterprise that can be used, and that the design and materials to be used are sympathetic to the locality, and that the new agricultural buildings are sited beside existing farm buildings. We have received information the applicant has farmed all his life and recently purchased the lands now comprising his holding. The proposed shed will be the first building on the lands, and the applicant's home address is stated to be 121 Flatmanus Road. And no detail has been put forward why the shed cannot be sited at this location. We do acknowledge the C2A 12 allows by exception consideration of alternative site away from existing farm or forestry buildings, provided there are no other sites available at the group of buildings on the holding, or where it's essential for the efficient function of the business, or there are demonstrable health and safety reasons. Officers do acknowledge that the main farm holding or the address of the farm holding is the applicant's address is 121 Flatmanus Road. We do acknowledge that given the distance of 4.5 miles away from his main fields and farm holdings, that there would be an efficiencies at locating a shed at the main area of his farm holding, which is at Tamnian Road. So we believe that the exception test for providing a building off-site has been met in this instance. So in terms of design and integration and impact of rural character, having looked at the site and considered the scale of the proposal and the design, we're satisfied that it would be appropriate for the rural area, and the proposed site could accommodate a shed of this scale at this location, and therefore we believe the proposal does meet the policy criteria set out in C2A 12, 13 and 14 in relation to design and rural character. In terms of residential amenity, we have considered the locality again, and we've consulted environmental health. The proposed shed is located more than 75 metres away from any third-party dwellings, the nearest being 89 Tamnian Road. And therefore, and we've also considered the requirement for a condition that the shed should not be used for livestock. Taking both of these factors into account, we do not believe that there will be any impact on residential amenity of any nearby properties if the shed was located at this field. We've also considered PPS-free DFA roads are consulted and have no objections, subject to standard conditions and informatives. We have received a biodiversity checklist and an ecological statement to consider under PPS2 natural heritage. We have considered that a replacement hedge will be planted behind the visibility displays to offset any loss of hedgerows to provide the safe access on the Tamnian Road. We've also consulted National Environment Division, who have responded that they have no objections. And again, Shared Environmental Service are satisfied that subject to their mitigation measures, that there will be no impact on any protected areas. So taking all of those into account, we're satisfied that PPS2 criteria have been met in respect of this proposal. We've considered the emerging draft plan strategy, but we don't think that there would be any justification from a different recommendation than being set out under the current retained policies. So in summary, officers will recommend refusal on the basis that the proposal is contrary to CTY 1 and CTY 12 of PPS 21, and that has not been demonstrated that the farm business is active and established for the requisite 6 years. And we're also recommend refusal on the same policies on the basis that it has not been demonstrated that the proposed building is necessary for the efficient use of the agricultural holding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malachy. We have Jim McShane, the applicant, online. Are you there, Jim? Oh, Jim's here. And Lee's here. Right, just forward, gentlemen. Thank you. Okay, Lee, Jimmy, sir, welcome to the Planning Committee today. You have 5 minutes to address the committee now. Thank you.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this application for an agricultural shed. Joined here today by the applicant, Mr. Jim McShane. I'll give the presentation and then me and Jim will be available to answer any questions. I understand the principal concern raised by the plan officer relates to the 6-year requirement under policy CTY 12 of PPS 21. That the farm business must be active and established for more than 6 years. Respectfully, I submit the circumstances of this case warrant a more balanced and pragmatic approach to that policy. The policy clearly discriminates against new farm businesses erecting new sheds within the first 6 years of being established. While policy CTY 12 agricultural buildings discriminates against new farmers, this development is approvable under CTY 1 of PPS 21 as it permits development where there are overriding reasons why that development is essential and could not be located in settlement. Mr. McShane purchased the lands on the 15th of January 2021. Immediately following the purchase, he began farming the lands actively and continuously since that date. Within the first 3 months of being established, he registered the farm holding with DERA. He formally obtained a Category 1 farm business ID number, a herd number, a flock number, and an agricultural VAT number. These identifiers are not symbolic. They are confirmation that this is a genuine working farm operated by a committed individual who has claimed single farm payments every year since being established. At present, Mr. McShane confirms that the farm holding extends to 11.2 hectares or 27.62 acres. Currently 16 head of cattle with seasonal plans to lab sheep on site as the business grows. However, the lack of an agricultural storage unit has become a significant constraint on the efficient and sustainable management of this farm holding. Without secure, weatherproof storage, Mr. McShane is forced to sell off his crops prematurely, store his machinery either outdoors or at a relative's farm, none of which are viable long-term solutions. To support this case, We have provided detailed and consistent evidence through multiple support submissions in August 2022, April 2023, and again in September 2024. These clearly demonstrate why this development is essential and necessary for the efficient management of the farm holding that is approvable under this policy. It's important to highlight, as of today, the farm business has been operational for over 4 years. A refusal based solely on a narrow interpretation of the policy timeline would not reflect the spirit of PPS 21, nor the real-world circumstances of an actively managed and operational farm holding. There are no objections to this plan application. It's supported by a number of statutory consultees who have no concerns, namely Environmental Health, DFI Roads, Northern Ireland Environment Agency, and Shared Environmental Services. Thereby, determining that the site and the proposed shed is appropriately located, visually unobtrusive, and consistent with the rural character of the area, having no impact on the surrounding environment. In summary, Chair and members, this is a proposal brought forward by a genuine farmer operating an active farm business with a real and immediate need for a farm shed. This development meets the policy aims of sustainable rural development, and I respectfully ask the committee to approve this application. Thank you for your time and welcome any questions.
Okay, thank you, Lee. So just hand it over to members now. If anybody's any questions for either Lee or Jim. Mr. Devine, go ahead.
Lee, thank you for that. We've seen in our pack that sufficient evidence wasn't provided to demonstrate why a shed would be used. And you've just said, as you presented there, that evidence was provided in 22, 23 and 24.
Yes.
Are you able to go into any detail on the type of evidence that you've provided around that and to show why a building would be needed?
Originally, Councillor, when we submitted the application, we provided a detail of documentation. That was over a year's worth of receipts. That was the confirmation from the solicitor and when the purchase of the lands had taken place. There's been a number of receipts for that first year up until we done the application, which demonstrate that this was an active farm. There's been a number of receipts for grazing. There's been a number of receipts for a tractor. There has been receipts for wiring the fencing. And there's been numerous details. There's been hanging gates, hanging posts. There's been contractors who've been on to work on these lands. The applicant maybe could express a wee bit more in terms of actually what goes on and within his farm. He's purchased these lands 4 years ago, over 4 years ago, 4 years, 3 months. And since that date, he has been actively farming the lands. But he's finding the lack of a storage shed on them lands is containing his business. He can't do anything with it. He's growing grass.
If you can just step over to the microphone, gentlemen.
Sorry, the farm presently is in use, but a field hindrance. It's a package that I want to do to retire to. I'm retiring within a year, so it's something I want to do. It's in my bucket list, and farming is in my blood. It's always been my family. You've asserted to the fact that I have a house in the countryside. That house belonged to my parents. It's totally separate, and it was given to me from the main family farm that my brother owns. I own no sheds or nothing on that farm. I don't own any property on that farm to build a shed. I welcome you to visit from the planning office to my home if you so wish.
Councillor Devine.
So some of the things that are being asked for or have been asked for was location of housing of cattle during the winter months currently, and demonstration that crops have had to be sold off. Has that been evidenced, or can you talk about?
Basically, I do sell off the crops. I recently couldn't farm animals because it didn't have the shed. I bought some animals in the hope that it would have a shed, but I will sell them all in September again because of no way of keeping them because of winter time.
Could I also add, is at no point during the application that I've been asked to provide those details? The first time I've seen that was in the report. And I've had many a conversation. This application's been in the system for over 3 years. There's been numerous different case officers. I've had numerous conversations with different case officers over the years in terms of processing this application to the committee. And that's, I've actually been, I think it's taken us 6 months from September last year. I've been asking, can this application be brought to committee? And here we are today.
Okay, anything else, Councillor Vine? No. Alderman Kerrigan?
Thank you, Chair. And to be fair, Caroline has touched on a couple of items there. Again, I was going to, because I mean, there seems to be four issues there that's in the pack that officers were seeking clarification on. And I do note then you're stating that in regards to cattle, you've mentioned 16 head of cattle currently, but these are cattle then that are, I'm assuming, is grazed here on a certain section of this ground, and then they are bought and sold. There's no wanting of livestock. I'm making that assumption in that regard, and I'm stating then there seemed to be an issue there that a herd number was supplied, but there wasn't a herd list. Detailing what stock, if any stock, was in the herd. So that seems to be, from my reading of the pack, something that was missing. It was clarifying the use of the shade there. I suppose I'm looking at that there. That seems to be truthful in my eyes there. The ground there seems to be pretty good. I skipped the location as to where you would be looking to build a shed, in my view on it there, because you're not going to, you usually don't put the shed on the best end of ground. Again, those lot of questions are still sitting there, and that the inventory of assets, you've mentioned the tractor in your discussion there. Is there other items to be stored in it? I just always have a concern in regards to sheds being built, and there's no tank. There's no storage capacity. It was either in the pack or it was mentioned in discussion that there was a chance that this could be used for lamb and ewes at some stage. There was potential of sheep being brought on then. I'm still, there's still a lack of slurry storage in the design from what I see of the shade that's been put on. So I just a couple of concerns in regards to that. Just a query as well. And in regards to these cattle, I'm assuming they are on this farm, or is there any stock that is left at the home farm, the brothers farm? And I'm assuming is that where whatever bits and pieces of equipment that the applicant currently has is currently stored. The only other question there, and we're chatting about 27 acres of ground there, and as I say, it's grand, but if you're increasing your stock levels there, there's not going to be much in the line of barley to grow to sell off or anything in that regard as well. And are we using more in the line of contractors, as stated there as well? As there contractors doing the work rather than the applicant himself? That sort of implies a less of a need for equipment in my eyes. So it's just a couple of comments there and a couple of questions on it as well.
Sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead.
You've raised quite a few questions there. First question is, you don't have to have a slurry storage. I plan to go more user-friendly by using straw bed. I don't plan to keep a lot of cattle. I have the plans to rent more land. I have to use and keep machinery up in the driveway of my house. You're quite welcome to come to my home, or I will provide you papers with the machinery that I own. That's all I can say to that.
Chair, just as a follow-on in that regard, can we get confirmation from the officers that the 4 items that are raised in the pack have been asked to the applicant and agent?
We'll come to that then. Sharing questions for the officer, if that's okay. Alderman Kerrigan.
Sorry, yeah, that's grand, Chair.
Right, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chair. And it's nearly picking up on that last point around farm machinery and the current arrangements. The applicant has stated that he keeps farm machinery at home in his driveway. Would it be possible, and apologies if you've been through it, but it's not contained within our packs, and just around an inventory of your farm machinery, what the current arrangement is, and more specifically, what challenges does that present? Essentially, why is there an overriding need for this shed? Thanks, Chair.
Go ahead.
Sorry. The overriding need for the shed is for me to be my own self-sufficient person so that I can store a few animals. It's my retirement package. I'm turning 60. I plan to retire. I've been 40 years away working. I'm wanting another saved up to buy this. It's been on my bucket list and it's an ambition I want to achieve. For me to expand or do things myself, I do need a shed to store the items. I do need a shed to keep a few animals. It's just more or less a small income that I want to have in addition to my pension.
Can I also add, Councillor, is that my understanding of the difficulty in terms of the application coming forward for the refusal was because we weren't claiming single farm payment for 6 years in accordance with the policy. And I believe that's where we've fallen down on this item. In terms of the policy, I think the policy discriminates farmers like Mr. McShane. Is that he has to be established for 6 years before he's allowed to say or build out a farm or farm building on his building there site.
Okay. Do you want to go back and answer, Councillor Jackson?
Yeah, no, I understand that entirely, and I'm sympathetic with the points that have been made, and I know there is an ability for this committee to set aside a policy and very exceptional circumstances, and that's the point I was trying to get at. What are the exceptional circumstances in this case?
There's no storage.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Gallagher?
Well, my question was along the same lines. Like the 6 years, you did say in your presentation you've been receiving for a number of years. Is that correct? But that just hasn't been 6.
The farm has been purchased 4 years, 3 months, and has been operational. It was purchased on the 15th of January 2021.
The question was just around payments and DERA.
4 years.
4 year
4
payments.
years worth of payments, yes.
Okay, has anybody any other questions? Whether Lee or Jim, anybody online? I'm not seeing anybody. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for attending today. Okay, members, I'd like to move on now to any questions you have for officers, please. Councillor Mooney.
Thank you, Chair. There was just something that was picked up during the presentation by Mr. Kennedy. I know the difficulty around CTY 12 and the 6 years has presented the difficulty before the committee, but it was just a remark he made about obviously the fallback or the default positions PPS 1, PPS 21, and on that basis CTY 1. And I think he wasn't doing justice to his words, but he believed it was a narrow interpretation and was contrary to the spirit of PPS 21. Do you think, in light of that that your interpretation of the application is narrow, or do you think it's, or could you give us some guidance on that? Because obviously I'm just trying to paraphrase what the agent said in light of that. Thank you.
Through the chair. Yeah, officers acknowledge that CTY 1 set out a number of circumstances where types of development will be allowed in the countryside. We also acknowledge that that there is a provision within CTY 1, where there's a and certain exceptional circumstances where policy can be set aside. However, what I would say in that there is a provision for agricultural sheds specifically within CTY 1, so it directs officers and decision makers in what criteria should be met. To me, I would give significant weight that there is a time period set out in policy. This is not an instance where there's no guidance or no policy guidance. There's very specific policy guidance. We also acknowledge that single farm payments is not the only way to demonstrate that you're active and established. We have that. We always would ask, in all instances where the 6 years haven't been met through data, is there any other evidence? And we would usually give with, if evidence is put forward showing demonstrating across all the 6 years. This has been acknowledged that this isn't the case, and for this application, even though it's been acknowledged by the agent also, they haven't been able to provide that information. So look, we think that that we've given a fair interpretation of CTY1 and CTY12 and CTY10 also, and we in respect of whether it's established and active.
Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Just follow up on Keith's questions in regard to those questions that you've listed there. Were those specifically asked from the applicant?
Councillor, there's been consistent requests for the applicant and the agent to be able to demonstrate that the farm is active. They may not have been set out specifically, but they're based on the information that we've been provided. There are cows because there's a herd number, but we've seen evidence in other applications where there's been movements on and off. That kind of evidence has been provided to us before for the period of time that we're interested in, which is 6 years here, and we don't have that information. So that's the basis for setting those out there, was the information that the agent provided. They've told us that there was a farm number. We just haven't been provided with the evidence that there's been movements on and off the farm to demonstrate that it's active and that the shed then would be necessary. The other thing is, this shed can't be used for the housing of animals. It's an environmental requirement. SES have specified that they're content provided there's no animals housed, as have NED. So it is purely for the storage, if permitted for crops or machinery or whatever. So again, demonstrating that there is machinery attached into the farm, and what has been happening with any crops that have been grown that would require now a shed to be provided. Crops have been harvested over a period of time. Where have they been, where have they been placed that now would require them to be in a shed on the holding, if that makes sense.
Councillor Devine, that's for you. Right. Any other questions there for the officers? Anybody online? Okay, members, it's over to you, Stephanie, for the comment or for any proposals. Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Chair, I think in relation to the 6 years, looking at the policy, it refers back to CTY10, and CTY10 is in relation to dwellings on a farm. I think in terms of business, I do think we want to encourage, I suppose, rural businesses. They haven't met the 6 years, obviously, we've demonstrated that. I think I am confident that the business is operational, that there is machinery. So I would propose that we overturn the decision and that we set aside CTY 12 and that requirement for the 6 years, and that we would approve this decision.
Go ahead. Go
Um,
ahead, Suzanne.
Just Councillor Devine through the chair, just in terms of setting aside the policy, if there were any further circumstances that you would consider should be afforded weight to, that would support your reason, Councillor Devine, would be helpful.
Well, I think the fact that there isn't anywhere else for him to store machinery, he doesn't have anywhere at his home, that's not part of the business. And I think as well as that, it's a new business. So, you know, until he gets somewhere to store, how can he get the further 6 years if that's what he's doing? So I think particularly the fact that there isn't any other buildings or there's no other place where he can have that building.
Through the chair, and thank you, Councillor Devine. Just in terms of then clarifying the condition, because we would recommend that a condition would be attached to the permission to restrict the use of the building for the storage of agricultural machinery, and those you know, materials only. And
Yeah,
there'd be
I
no
think that
livestock.
is referenced in the report. So yes, I think that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Devine. So we have a proposal. Can I have a seconder, please? Can I have a seconder? Oh, Councillor Murphy, thank you.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Patricia. Aye, Councillor Murphy was in there. Just thank you, Emma. Members, we have a proposal here to overturn the officer's recommendation, and I'd like to go to vote on this, please.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Alderman Keith Kerrigan,
I'm going to abstain, Suzanne.
Alderman Neri McMorris,
For.
Alderman Janice Montgomery,
For.
Councillor John Boyd,
For.
Councillor Caroline Devine,
Ta.
Councillor Sean Fleming,
Ta.
Councillor Paul Gallagher,
For.
Councillor Christopher Jackson,
Aye.
Councillor Fergal Leonard, Councillor Patricia Logue,
For.
Councillor Sean Mooney, Councillor Patrick Murphy, and Councillor Martin Riley's not here, and Councillor Gracie Nealis.
So members, that's 11 for, 1 against, and 1 abstention. Thank you for your conversations on that. So we're moving on now to a comfort break. It's nearly 4:10. Thank you, Phil. So we'll start again in 10 minutes. Just thank you very much. continue on now with, going to continue on with item 5, LA 11 2024 151/0. This is 26 Bigwood Road, and Laura will take us through this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. Application LA 11 2024 01510 as an outline application for proposed site for 2 dwellings and 2 garages, lies directly north of 26 Bigwood Road, and the recommendation is to refuse. So here we have the application site outlined in red in the site location plan, and there's an aerial image as well which identifies the application site. It's located on the eastern side of Bigwood Road. As you can see, it's a large rectangular shaped road frontage plot. It's part of a larger agricultural field and sits slightly lower than the road level. The eastern boundary is undefined, and the roadside boundary is currently defined by a mature hedgerow. The northern boundary is partly defined by an existing large shed with some sparse trees and vegetation, and the southern boundary is defined by a post and wire fence with some mature trees and hedgerow as well. The site located in the countryside is defined by the dairy area plan. This is an image of the application site just from the south western corner looking into the site. At the lane that runs along that boundary. So this is the policy context under which this application was assessed, including the regional development strategy, the dairy area plan, the LDP draft plan strategy, the SPPS, and then the plan and policy statements 2, 3, 15, and 21, and then the supplementary planning guidance. So in terms of consultation responses, there we consulted NI Water, DFI Roads, Environmental Health, NIEA and SES. There were no objections to the proposal from any of the consultees, and standard conditions and advice has been provided. So this application is assessed under PPS 21 and policy CTY 1 lists a range of types of development which in principle are considered acceptable in the countryside. So this proposal was assessed under policy CTY 8 of PPS 21, given that the application is for an infill site. So in terms of policy CTY 8, there are probably 3 different kind of parts to that policy. So first of all, plan permission will be refused for a building which creates or adds to a ribbon. However, there is an exception permitted for the development of a small gap site. Sufficient to accommodate the maximum of 2 houses within a substantial continuously built up frontage. This also means that it has to respect the existing development pattern along the road frontage in terms of size, scale, siting and plot size, and then meets all our planning requirements. So in terms of the first part of that policy, officers have considered, well, are the proposal creates or adds to urban development, and that has to be done first in order to engage the exception which is set out in policy CTY 8. So in consideration of this proposal, it's been concluded that the 2 new dwellings in the application site, when viewed in association with the dwelling at number 26, and the storage shed to the north, would create a ribbon of development when viewed travelling along this section of Bigwood Road. So that would mean the proposal in the first instance is contrary to policy CTY 8 and CTY 14, and that it would create a ribbon of development along Bigwood Road. However, as outlined previously, there is an exception to that policy, and that exception is it a small gap site within a substantial and continuously built up frontage. This is defined in policy as a line of 3 or more buildings along a road frontage without accompanying development to the rear. So as you can see on the layout plan and the photos that are in the planning report, this section of Bigwood Road doesn't have a substantial and continuously built up frontage. Number 26 is a single dwelling with a frontage to the road, and then there is a storage building north of the application site. But given the low topography, the position and the setback, and the scale of that building, officers consider that it doesn't contribute to a substantial built up and continuously built up frontage. And notably, there are only 2 buildings, whereas this part of policy CTY 8 requires that there are a line of 3 or more buildings. Then on further consideration of this, you have to consider is it a small gap site within that frontage? if there was to consider to be a built-up frontage. So officers have considered the length and the depth and of the application site. We don't consider it to be a small gap within the built-up frontage. It extends approximately 170 metres along Bigwood Road, 107 metres, sorry, along Bigwood Road. It's currently like a part of an agricultural field, which officers consider provides a visual break between the dwelling at number 26 Bigwood Road and the storage building and the yard, which is north of the application site. So when we say it provides a visual break, it breaks up the impression of development along that road and maintains the rural character of that area. So in that consideration, the proposal is contrary to policy C2/8, and that the development is not located within a small gap site within an otherwise substantial and continuously built up frontage, and therefore the proposal fails to meet that test and is contrary to policy C2/8. So policy C2/8 is used to establish the principle of the development proposal. So therefore, in principle, officers consider that this is not acceptable. However, we also assess the proposal under the remaining criteria of PPS 21 and then the other plan and policy statements. So policies C2Y 13 and 14 of PPS 21 consider integration design and rural character. So this is obviously an outline plan and application, so we have no specific design details for the dwellings. But we note that a substantial length of the existing mature roadside hedge is required to be removed to provide the visibility displays for the development, which will open up the site and provide clear views into it when travelling along Bigwood Road. The remaining boundaries of the site are not considered to be long established, with some of them only defined by a fencing. And the officers consider that overall the site would rely primarily on the use of new landscaping for integration, which is set out in policy C2Y 13 is not being acceptable. So overall, it's considered that the site isn't able to provide a suitable degree of enclosure or backdrop to integrate the two dwellings and the landscape at this location. And that they would therefore appear as prominent features in the landscape, which is contrary to policy C2Y 13. And then in terms of policy C2Y 14, it directly links back to policy C2Y 8. So we consider that the site would create a ribbon of development, and it's not within a substantially and continuously built up frontage. It's not a small gap site, so it's considered that it would allowing the dwellings on this site would cause a detrimental change to the rural character of the countryside at this area. So the cumulative effect of those dwellings read with existing buildings to the north and south of the site would result in a build-up of development, which is contrary to policy C2Y 14 of PPS 21. All our considerations include amenity. As I've stated, it's a significantly sized site, so there would be sufficient space to provide amenity for the proposed dwellings and ensure that their amenity is protected as well as the adjoining dwelling. It can provide sufficient amenity space. Environmental health had commented regarding the buildings that are directly north of the site. These are in use by the applicant as a storage shed. We note that there's no livestock or slurry. We've confirmed that in site. So we don't consider that any further assessments are necessary. So overall, the proposal complies with the SPPS in terms of amenity. In terms of site access and parking, the visibility displays of 2.4 have been determined. And DFI roads don't have any objections. Again, given the extent of the site, there's sufficient space for parking and manoeuvring. So the proposal complies with PPS 3. In terms of natural heritage, the site's part of a larger agricultural field. There's no pathways to any European site. It's not located within a protected area, and it hasn't been identified to accommodate any protected species. We note that the roadside hedgerow is priority habitat, and it's required to be removed to provide the visibility displays in the access point. The biodiversity checklist and ecological statement provided details reinstatement behind the displays, and officers would accept that as a compensatory measure. and advice will be provided in that respect. So on balance, the proposal complies with PPS 2. And just in the terms of PPS 15, the site's not located within any areas of flood risk, and given the scale of the development, a drainage assessment is required. So the proposal is compliant in that respect. Just to summarise, the proposal would create a ribbon of development along Bigwood Road. It's not located within a small gap site within an otherwise substantial and continuously built up frontage. It's unable to provide a suitable degree of enclosure to integrate the proposed development, and therefore the proposals contrary to policy CTY 8, CTY 13 and CTY 14 of PPS 21. We haven't received any letters of support or objection on this proposal. We note that late information was submitted to members, but we've looked at that and we don't consider that there is anything on that we haven't considered in detail in the planning report. So overall, refusal is recommended for the reasons which are set out in the planning report and the slide here in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. We have Andy Tate, the agent, online. Andy, you there?
Do you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you, Andy. So Andy, you have 5 minutes now to address the committee, and I'll give you a shout about 4.5 minutes and ask you to wrap up at that stage. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This application is made on behalf of my client, Seamus O'Kane, who resides directly opposite the site and he owns the yard and the farm buildings adjacent to the site. My client has applied for these sites for his family, particularly the site closest to his yard, which will be for his daughter. Myself and my client strongly disagree with the case officer's report and argue that the site we have applied for clearly meets CTY 8 of PPS 21. In gaining this approval, not only will it benefit my client in keeping his family within the Ardmore area, it also helps him with security of his yard and farm buildings. My client only owns this parcel area of land next to his farm buildings, so has no other alternative sites. He currently uses the yard and buildings for farm and machinery storage. As regards to PPS 21 CTY 8, the policy states to apply for an infill site we require a built-up frontage of 3 or more buildings. You'll see from the site plan that I sent in as a lead item, I've highlighted the existing buildings on the building line a pink colour so that they stand out. You can clearly see that there are four buildings in a row with a further 2 dwellings to the rear accessed via a private laneway adjacent to the site. Therefore, we argue that there is clearly a built-up frontage of more than 3 buildings. The policy also states that a road frontage includes a footpath or a private lane. A ribbon does not necessarily have to serve by individual accesses, nor have a continuous or uniform building line. Buildings sited back, staggered or at angles, and with gaps between them can still represent ribbon development if they have a common frontage or they are visually linked. So we've taken this part of the policy into account. The 2 dwellings to the rear of the site is accessed via a private laneway, further adds to the building line with 2 more dwellings and garages. Planning Service assessment of the surrounding rural character portrays the situation as they wish to view it. The assessment has been skewed for the following reasons. The officer's report maintains that the size of the gap of the frontage is 107 metres and the plot sizes is 53.5 metres each. The size of the site applied for is 101 metres, leaving the plots 50 metres and 51 metres. These plot sizes match the size within the area. For example, my client's dwelling opposite the site is 45 metres. The dwellings to the rear is also 45 metres, and the remaining neighbouring plots are in around the 40 to 50 metre size. This straightforward means of character assessment suggests that the average plot size within the area is approximately 50 to 55 metres. Therefore, this gap, which measures 101 metres, fits established character of the area and compliant with CTY 8. As regards integration, the site as applied for fits the average plot frontage dimension for residential properties along its frontage. The site itself does not act as a visual break, as the 2 elements of the frontage are already visually linked. The straight road and the flat landscape ensure that in transit, northwards or southwards, the elements of the frontage are visually linked beyond the gap which is applied for. The only critical views identified are along the length of the frontage. Any longer range views are screened by the existing development. There are no points along the frontage that the site will actually visually separate the elements from the frontage. They are already linked between views in both directions from the Bigwood Road. I would also like to point out that the previous planning committee approved a similar type of development near to this site on a Bigwood Road and agreed that there was a built-up frontage within the area. The planning reference for this application is LA 11/2020/0507. All our consultees have raised no issues with the application and there has been no objections to it. So to conclude, we strongly feel that this proposal meets the policy set out within CTY 8. Therefore, I would ask members to consider what I have said and look favourably at this application, as it meets the planning policy and is clear to see that there is an ample opportunity with a built-up frontage of more than 3 buildings. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Andy, thank you very much for that. Members, has anybody any questions for Andy on this, please? Is there any members online? Any members online? Any questions for Andy, please? Okay, is anybody in the chamber any questions for Andy? Andy, I'm not getting any indications of any questions for you, so thank you very much for attending.
No problem.
Andy, today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, members, has anybody any questions for Laura or for any of the officers, please? Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Laura, for the report. In relation to the exception test CTY 8, it does state on the justification and application in 5.33 that for the purpose of the policy, a road frontage includes a footpath or private lane. Has that been taken into consideration? The two dwellings development at the rear and that have been accessed by a private lane onto the road. Was that taken into consideration when I'm considering whether the exception test applied? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Answer.
Through the chair, I'll take that. The reference there is to the two dwellings at 22 and 24 Bigwood Road that's in the late information. Yeah. I think if you read there, the annotation even that the agent has put on, they have to have a common frontage or be visually linked with the development that is comprising the continuously built up frontage. These are set well back. They're separated from the road frontage by an intervening field. They don't have a frontage onto Bigwood Road. So they don't read as part of that continuously built up frontage. There have been, numerous appeal decisions now that set that out where there is that separation. In fact, there's an aerial photograph in your packs, members, that on page 116 that actually shows that there's an agricultural field between the application site and those two dwellings that gives that separation. So for that reason, they're not considered as part of that frontage. Does that answer your question?
I understand in relation to the dwellings, they are separated by an agricultural field. Don't dispute that, but the policy does state that, or for the purpose of the policy, that a road frontage includes a footpath or a private lane, and that's the point that I'm not questioning whether the buildings have a visual linkage, but the footpath or the private lane, certainly do.
Through the chair, just to clarify. So in 5.33, what it is getting at is that if you have a footpath or a private lane and you have buildings along it that are fronting onto it, other than the public road, you could also have urban development or infill opportunities along a road or a private laneway. It's not really saying that the laneway itself can contribute to a substantially built up frontage.
Any other, Councillor Mooney?
Thank you, Chair. Just on the basis of what Mr. Tate was saying in relation to his analysis of the plot sizes, he perceived them to be smaller, and in the comparison to the other plots there in that area, would that make any difference to your analysis? Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, Rosie.
Through the chair, thank you. Yes, I mean, it's an overall assessment. You don't pick out one bit and go, yeah, it meets that, but it's an overall assessment here. So you don't have a continuously built up frontage, as we've said. You've only, and the plot sizes do vary, but that wouldn't be a primary factor. It wouldn't be something we would go that outweighs all the other policy consideration.
Is there anybody online? Is there any questions for officers? Okay, there's no further questions for officers, so we'll move on now. Any further comments or proposals to be made, please? Councillor Jackson.
Chair, I'm going to go back to the questions, but in relation to what's been described as an unauthorised shed, has there been any attempt or has there been any discussion with the applicant around the status of that shed and is there any potential that that could fall under permitted development? It does. There's a clear argument there in relation to the exception under CTY 8 if that shed had planning, but I just would like to know a bit more around the status of it, and I appreciate that officers mightn't be the people that are best placed to answer that.
Okay, we'll try and get you a reply. Go ahead, Rosie.
The sheds here, they actually don't have planning permission, so we're not considering, that they're part of that frontage for that reason. We can't lend weight to them for that reason. Whether or not they have PD hasn't been, it's not something has been assessed.
Just clarification, the officers advising me as well, just in terms of it's uncertain whether there is an actual agricultural use or anything there in any case. And I think it's important, members, that we wouldn't be making a judgment at this stage whether something would have PD or not without going through the process. And obviously there's issues then in terms of designated sites and all that in terms of PD. I think just really, summarising the position would be it does create ribbon development clearly, and then is it a small gap? That's the assessment we need to make before we go forward on the substantially built up frontage. And the officer's view would be, look, it's not a small gap. And I know we've been pointed down the way of that assessment now with the most recent Court of Appeal judgment in terms of Gordon Duff, which sets out clearly the assessment of infill applications. So I think this one would be one that officers are clear on doesn't meet the test, the CTY8. Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that, Tricia. Okay, members, just to remind everybody in the chamber and online over the stage now, just if anybody's any comments or proposal that they wish to make, we can take it now.
Chair, Councillor Boyle.
Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Chair, I propose we accept the officer recommendation on this occasion. Those 4 refusal reasons are very strong reasons, and so I would struggle to overcome even one of them, never mind all 4. So I think at this juncture, it's appropriate that we certainly make a proposal, and I proposing that we accept the recommendation to refuse.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Do we have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Mooney, go ahead.
Chair, I'll second Councillor Boyle's proposal, albeit reluctantly on this basis. I'm sitting here with the Glass Drummond judgment and looking at the paragraphs 89, where Justice Schofield gives the advice on CTY8, and I'm trying to marry it up with the pack and with Mr. Tate's views as well, but I just can't find 4 reasons to do that, obviously. So on that basis, I will endorse Councillor Boyle's proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Mooney. Okay, members, we have a proposal there to accept the officer's recommendation, and I would like to go to a vote on this, please.
Thank you, Chair. Members, this is a vote for LA 11 2024 01510. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
I'm going to abstain, Suzanne.
Alderman Neri McMorris.
Abstain.
Alderman Janice Montgomery.
Abstain, Suzanne.
Councillor John Boyd.
For.
Councillor Caroline Devine.
Want to abstain, Suzanne?
Councillor Sean Fleming.
I'm going to abstain.
Councillor Paul Gallagher.
For.
Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Fergal Leonard.
Abstain.
Councillor Patricia Logue. Councillor Patricia Logue. Councillor Sean Mooney.
Sorry, Suzanne, Patricia here against.
Thanks, Patricia. Against. Thank you. Councillor Patrick Murphy.
Abstain.
Councillor Martin Riley. Not here. And Councillor Grace O'Neilis. Ta. Thank you.
So members, that's 4 for, 2 against, and 7 abstentions. So the officer's recommendation passes, the proposal passes. Okay, members, moving on to agenda item 8. This is a tree works request at Bayview House in Derry, and Isabella's going to take us through this.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I'm here to advise you on a TPO works request to fell 5 number TPO trees at Bayview Gardens in Derry. The recommendation is to consent to the felling of 1 tree and refuse consent for the felling of the other 4 trees. In terms of background, the site was located within the boundary of TPO 21, Bayview House. And the original tree survey commissioned as part of the confirming process stated that the grounds that surround Bayview House contain a number of significant trees and groups of trees. The oldest and most significant trees on this site are those growing along its entrance driveway. The TPO was initially designated to protect the various trees and general mature tree cover of the site, particularly given that it's a mature residential area, specifically in and around Bayview House. There's a mix of specimen, particularly impressive trees individually and general tree cover, and it's important to retain this in order to continue to make the positive contribution to the visual amenity of the site and the surrounding area. The request for works was submitted in January of this year by Bayview Management Company, and it's in relation to 5 Monterey cypress trees. The numbers are included in your report. This is following the failure of a 6th Monterey cypress tree that was also protected. It failed in an orange category storm in December 24. And you'll see in your packs in the appendices, the documents, excuse me, that include the 2023 survey, a further tree failure report, email correspondence, and the quantitative tree risk assessment from Council's independent arboriculturist. So the applicant's tree failure report summarises the failure of the other Monterey cypress, advising that the tree failed in a very strong gale. It badly damaged a resident's vehicle, and we're very lucky that nobody was hurt. Unfortunately, there was post-failure evidence of deterioration in the centre of the trunk of this tree. It was not advanced enough to be observed. The tree had been previously inspected in 2016 and again in 2023. And was regularly inspected, and recommendations for the tree works were completed and approved by a previous works request. The recommendations include to reduce end weight on top and side branches by 2 metres. There was no evidence that this tree posed a risk to people or property before it failed. This works request is now to fell 5 similar trees of the same species and age, and it's based on the recommendation from Dr. Blackstock, the applicant's arboriculturist. The failure report stated, but with not much detail or elaboration, that the 5 trees all show evidence of minor defects with the potential of minor basal rot and weak forks. It said, given the size of these trees and the targets they would affect if they failed, that consideration should now be given to the replacement with deciduous trees more amenable to long-term management. The officers responded later in January to advise that the tree failure report does not contain any demonstrable evidence as to why the tree should be felled. And I quote, the submission may be more successful if Dr. Blackstock could be more specific about exactly which trees show which defects, and to include a table showing whether recommendations from previous reports would differ and why to account for these differences. This tree should include a schedule including recommendations, priority condition, etc. for the 5 trees. Further email submission was made in late January, where Dr. Blackstock advised that he considers the report contains sufficient information for the Council to make an informed decision. The only obvious defect that these trees have is that they are all very similar to the one that failed. It was the failure of the one tree after it had been managed that Dr. Blackstock considers is sufficient evidence in terms of the ongoing safety issues relating to the other 5 Monterey cypress trees. He's arguing that this safety cannot now be assumed. Otherwise, there's been no change in the observable condition of the 5 trees since the 2023 report, with the exception of tree T38, which was recommended to remove ivy, reduce end weight on top and side branches by 2 metres. The Arbor Consulting Tree Survey and QTRA, which was commissioned by the Council, provides additional detail in terms of tree health and condition and in respect of probability of failure and risk of harm. You can see the full detail in the report in your appendix, but highlights include that the probability of failure within 12 months for each tree is very low. None of the trees requested have a felling value higher than 4. The risk of harm is given as a probability of 1 over X risk. All but one of the trees has a risk of harm of 1 in a million. One tree has a risk of harm of 1 in 500,000. And the management level for the trees, given as a range from high to low, all 5 trees are considered to be low priority. In terms of the condition of each tree, defects are quite minor, in so much as they relate to the failure risk and longevity. So T30 has a one-sided canopy due to the presence of a second Monterey cypress, which failed during Storm Dara and was completely suppressed and now is in poor form, leaning eastwards towards nearby properties 24 and 25. There is no evidence of soil fracture, ground movement that would indicate root plate failure has occurred. T35, growing at the eastern edge of the group, has a twin stem, partially compressed union, but otherwise no significant visible defects. T36, also growing within the group, no visible significant defects. T37, adjacent to the access road, minor basal cavity with good woodwind development. And T38, growing at the western edge of the group, suppressed by T36 and T39. Management options for all 5 trees are to review annually and assess for signs of extreme wind damage. The professional opinion of the Council's independent arboriculturist is that if no defects or signs of debility are observed in a tree, then there can be no arboricultural justification for removal or remedial intervention. Trees, by their very nature, carry an inherent level of risk. In the absence of any abnormality, the removal of the 5 remaining healthy Monterey cypress trees could not be reasonably justified and may set an undesirable precedent. Simply because they are all of the same species is not justification. Officers therefore consider that there are insufficient grounds to allow the felling of these 5 trees for health and safety reasons at that time. However, there is a second consideration here in terms of their contribution to the amenity of the area, as is required when first assessing a tree or groups of trees for preservation order. The visual inspection by the officers of the form of the trees and the contribution to amenity was taken into account, excuse me, and identified that all but T30 are still contributing significantly to the area. It is considered that the Council cannot consent to 5 visually important and healthy protected trees to be felled on the basis that a similar tree has failed in very severe storm conditions. This would create a precedent whereby any protected tree could be felled using that justification. And this precedent would not just be for groups of trees in this particular instance, but has implications for other planning applications for housing developments and such like. So upon a reassessment of the visual amenity provided, excuse me, by the remaining trees, officers are now of the opinion that 4 of the 5 trees should not be felled, with tree T30 accepted. The remaining trees, T35 to T38, are in fair condition and reflect their arboriculturist opinion in the 2023 report. They provide a significant positive contribution to the visual amenity of the site and surrounding area, and their felling would adversely impact the character of the TPO. You have photographs in your pack just to demonstrate that. With regard to T30, it's considered that it no longer provides the same significant positive contribution to visual amenity. It's the suppression of the canopy and the lean. Were we to assess that now for a TPO, we would not have included it in the confirmation process in its current form. So you're asked to consider the recommendation that 4 of the trees applied for felling should remain, and 1 should be consented, the one with the poor form, lean and suppressed canopy. That one we are recommending can be consented for felling. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. So, members, you've got all the information there and it's in your pack. Are we content to support the officer's recommendation to grant for felling of 3 T30 only? I'll need a proposer and a seconder. Councillor Mooney and then Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
Chair, I wasn't indicating to propose.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. My apologies.
But it was. I know I can understand that like what happened in December, or what happened late in December 2024 was devastating. Like when you see the damage that was caused to the vehicle, it's only by luck that nobody was killed, and that's so it's understandable why residents in that area are living in fear. No, that's it. I fully support the recommendation they remove T30. I'm not convinced they go against the recommendation from Dr. Paul Blackstock, and that's but I'm torn. The trees have been there for over 100 years. And that's I'm torn on this one. Whilst the trees are they have a visual value, there is absolutely no doubt about that. They're very impressive. What has been demonstrated in December is a real danger to life, and that's weighing heavily on my mind when thinking this, whenever we're responding to this request. Is there any additional assurances that we could be given for the remaining trees to be inspected more regularly? Is there conditions that this committee can put on these TPOs that there's more inspections carried out to ensure that if there is any deterioration, it's spotted early, and that appropriate measures can be taken to ensure that the risk associated with storms is kept in absolute minimum.
Okay, Isabel.
So we are proposing one condition on this in terms of replanting of the one that we would be allowing to be felled. In terms of the other ones, the application is to fell them. So we can only assess the felling or the not felling. We can give a recommendation for remedial works to be carried out for those and for those inspections, but ultimately that is the landowner's purview. The tree management obviously goes with the tree itself and the landowner, and there are tests in terms of applying conditions, and so it's not going to meet that. Were it the case that they come in for other works, maybe some remedial works that we thought were maybe going too far or didn't go far enough, there may be some other scope, but in this particular instance, no. Recommendations is as far as I can go, as we can go.
Okay, I'll just ask if there's any further comments on this before go any further then. Councillor Devine.
Isabel, can I just ask, I see 3.5, the risk of harm. Was that carried out in the tree that has fallen? Was that ever done on that, and what risk would have been attached to that in previous assessments?
Not that I'm aware of. So that is in the Council's Independent Arboriculturist report, and that was only commissioned post failure of that tree. And it was prompted by the failure of that tree. But I would say that if you see in the report and in my own report there, that you're basically saying for all but one trees that the chance is 1 in a million or 1 in 500 in terms of your risk of harm. And there are not, or at least there have not been demonstrated any distinguishing factors that would set this application apart from another application whereby someone would come in and they could make that argument, but there's no way of verifying the argument. The issue was probably the strength of the storm, and the rot had not progressed to a stage where it was visible through the inspection. If that storm had happened at a later point, the inspection may have noticed that and picked it up and maybe consented for filing at a previous time. So the concern really is that if we now approve this consenting on the basis of the potential health and safety concerns rather than the demonstrated health and safety concerns, there may be potential then for a precedent in all these other applications, both just for individual tree works and for planning applications coming forward that may impact on trees.
Okay, Councillor Devine. Councillor Jackson, you want back in?
Yeah, just in relation to, I take the point in relation to the 1 in a million chance, but the fact remains is that in December last year, one of these trees fell and destroyed a car. There's potential for one of these trees to fall and cause harm. Is there any possibility that on the felling of T30 that an inspection is carried out, they identify rot similar to the one that fell in December? And if rot or deterioration is identified, then the recommendations, the existing trees are again subject to another report or another investigation. Just I just feel a bit uncomfortable knowing that we have been there has been signs that there's a potential for these trees to be rotten and infected and deteriorating, and that and in turn presenting a danger. So if we go with the recommendation, and when the trees failed, if there's rot identified, can we come back and reconsider the existing trees and reconsider the report? Just
thank you. I'll bring Hutchinson at this stage.
Thank you, Chair. And just to maybe provide some clarification on sorry, there's a bit of feedback here. On the nature of the QTRA, what we call the Quantified Tree Risk Assessment Report. This report is it's quite different from the normal trees survey report that we get, which makes just an officer recommendation, like in a visual inspection. It's a very good report from an arboriculturist in terms of it actually quantifies the risk from an inspection versus the actual targets. So it actually quantifies it, and it takes a lot of the subjectivity out of the whole tree assessment process. So it has systematically looked at the targets and the trees themselves and what the likelihood is. We've said there, as Isabel have said, it's about 500,000, 1 in a million. The normal threshold of what would be considered acceptable is 1 in 10,000. So it's well outside what you would consider taking the risk. And certainly the council doesn't want, we agree, wholeheartedly recognize that, look, if there is a real identified risk, then it would be, unacceptable, or to not take that risk with lives and property. But the first 329 did fail in Storm Dara in December last. All these trees came through Storm Owen in January 2025. So they have come out of them. The council then, to be thorough, did undertake an arboriculturalist report there recently. And we specifically asked to check, are there any signs of stress? Are there any signs of root plate movement? Are there any signs of damage subsequent to Storm Owen? And it came back with a fairly clean bill of health. There was nothing other than like a minor wound. So based upon that and the quantified 3 risk assessment of being well below the 1 in 10,000, which would be the acceptable risk that would justify it, it's on that basis that this recommendation is put forward. Coming to your second point, Councillor, yes, to be sure, I suppose there's no reason why in granting that that consent that couldn't be attached. The recommendation is from the council's arboriculturist that in the event, that on an annual basis, as per the previous recommendation, they should be inspected. And if there was after another storm, then they would be inspected as well. But certainly we can attach to the consent, as you suggested, that there would be an inspection post felling of T30 to see whether or not there was any, something which just couldn't have been detected. And it would be open for them to then submit an application that they want to reconvene or persevere with the felling of those trees on the basis that there was further very good evidence.
Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
On that basis, I'm content to second Councillor Murray's proposal.
Just to clarify, Councillor Murray, are you proposing to accept the officer's recommendation?
Yeah, Chair, based on what I read in the pack before coming here to the committee, and grateful for the further elucidation from the officers as well, based on the points by Councillor Jackson. I'm content to remain with my proposal anyway. Councillor Jackson is seconded. Thank you.
Councillor Geller, did you want in there? Sorry.
No.
So is there anybody going against this particular proposal? If you can indicate to me now. Nobody online. So we're going to accept the officer's recommendation. Thank you. Agenda item 9, developer contributions for wastewater infrastructure. Andrew's going to take us through this.
Thank you. Through the chair, members, the purpose of this report is to advise of a consultation from DFI to the council regarding a public consultation on developer contributions to wastewater infrastructure. So the consultation is seeking council's views on whether and how DFI should introduce developer contributions to help fund wastewater infrastructure improvements. So members will be aware the current drainage and wastewater infrastructure is ageing and in urgent need of upgrades, and there are areas which have limited or no capacity for new wastewater connections to the network. So this therefore impacts housing developments, economic growth, environmental sustainability and public service delivery. So therefore, to enhance capacity and allow for new wastewater connections to the NI water network, a range of wastewater network improvement works may be required depending on the area in which the developers wish to build. So currently, if there is a wastewater capacity issue in relation to development, NI Water will work with the developer to identify what works would be required to enable a wastewater connection to be made. It may be possible in certain circumstances for works to be completed and paid for by the developer. NI Water is, however, currently precluded by law from accepting direct payments from developers for connections to the NI Water network for the provision of sewage services in respective dwellings where the required improvement involves the upgrading of an existing NI Water asset. The consultation is seeking views on whether this position should change and specifically on options for DFI to introduce arrangements for developer contributions to help fund wastewater infrastructure improvements. So there are 2 main pathways through which the developer contributions could be introduced: an optional contribution to upgrade or replace the existing wastewater infrastructure at a specific location, or a general levy applied on Northern Ireland wide need basis. So these are option 1, which is referred to as voluntary developer contributions, or option 2, which is compulsory developer wastewater contribution levy. The document also advises that it would be also possible to combine options 1 and 2. Legislation would be introduced would need to be introduced in order to facilitate either or both options. Therefore, Council has been asked for their views on whether, and if so, how developer contributions could be introduced to help bridge the funding gap for improving wastewater infrastructure. Officers consider that option 1 would be the best option to secure upgrades within this council area, and this is indicated in the response included within Appendix 9. So the recommendation is that members note the contents of the paper and advise officers if they are content for the draft response to be issued to the department, or if there are any other matters or comments they wish to be inserted, officers will do that and forward on the consultation response. Thank you, members.
Okay, thank you. I'll just open it for comments now. Councillor Jackson indicated.
Yeah, just to say that we would support the consultation response. There maybe and wouldn't split hairs in this, but no, but in terms of question 1, I would strongly agree that there needs to be developer contributions. Would we see how the aging infrastructure is impacting development in this part of the world? We've seen how historic underinvestment has left, as Andre you pointed out, the aging infrastructure. And there needs to be a step change in relation to how that's addressed, and developer contributions is one measure that can be taken. The alternative is that we see privatized, we see NA Water privatized, which happened in England, and it had devastating impacts to the environment, and it didn't lead to improved services. Another alternative is domestic water rates, and that's something that from our party's perspective we would be completely opposed to. So there needs to be a levy of some sorts. There needs to be some other measure, and developer contributions is one avenue. Otherwise, we're going to see no development. So from if we can include that, but maybe be a bit stronger in our response, and it's wouldn't disagree with anything that's contained within it. Just to emphasize our dislike to any potential, or what the alternatives could be, and point to the fact that we need to try this because the aging infrastructure is severely impacting development in this part of the world. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And we'll get them comments included. Okay, in there, yeah. Any other comments on this, please? Anybody online? Okay, thank you. I have a proposal and a seconder there to accept the officer's recommendation that we go with this consultation the way it is, with those additional comments, please. Alderman McMorris, and seconder, please. Councillor Niels, thank you. Moving on to item 10, the DAERA consultation on the strategic environmental assessment, the ammonia strategy protocol. And Rosie's taking us through this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, you'll be aware that DAERA is working on producing a final ammonia strategy and a revised operational protocol in respect of agricultural and other developments for Northern Ireland. The revised protocol provides guidance on the impacts of ammonia emissions and nitrogen deposition on designated sites and protected habitats, and sets out the approach that DAERA will take when it is replying to consultation responses. As part of the process, DAERA must undertake a strategic environmental assessment, and that's to evaluate the likely environmental effects of implementing the ammonia strategy and the revised operational protocol. So to that end, DAERA has launched an 8-week consultation to seek the views of the public on these documents, and the responses that are received will inform their final version of them. So members, you'll see there in Appendix 10 that the consultation asks 17 questions, and officers have drafted responses where appropriate. So the recommendation then before you today is that members note the consultation and advise officers of any further comments they wish to make to DAERA, and the comments will be submitted online via the citizen space as part of the advice from the council. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just open the floor there for any comments that anybody has. Does anybody online any comments to make on this? No, the only comment I'll add at this stage is that it's good to see that they're working towards a new protocol. There's a lot of farmers have been left in limbo for a long, long time, and they've invested a lot of money. So it's good to see that we're working towards a solution in this. Could I have a proposer and seconder to accept this from the officers then? Councillor Neelis and Councillor Devine, thank you. Okay, members, we're moving on to item 11. This is housing multiple occupation policy, and Suzanne is going to take us through this. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, members. So this paper has been put on today for open for information. The papers, obviously the full details are included in the pack. I don't propose to go over the paper in detail with you. I'm happy to take any questions that you have on the position in terms of the policy. I would advise at this stage that you will be aware that there was information that was received last night from the concerned residents against McGee Group, and officers will be fully considering those points and responding to those to the residents group. Just also in terms of engagement. Obviously, there has been initial engagement as part of the university. There are different different forms at the minute in terms of engagement, but the officer team are working to agree a mechanism for engagement going forward with residents and stakeholders on all issues, not just HMOs within the area. So that's touched on in the report as well. So I'm just open to the floor, happy to take any questions, members.
Okay, committee members, any comments you want to make at this stage, either in the chamber or online? Okay, I'm seeing any indication on it. Committee members, Councillor, I can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and look, I appreciate that that the questions from residents only came in last night, but there is a number of people here in the gallery because people obviously are following this conversation that we're having, and have this paper comes in response to the deputation that the members of CRAM did last month. So I would like to just get the questions on record, even if officers aren't in a position to respond to them immediately, because I think that's important. And one of them revolves around the implications of 30% target change of use from single dwellings to HMOs. Has that been considered in relation to town cramming, PPS S12, housing settlements 3.3.5? That's one question that has been asked. Is an amendment to the LDBP policies, HOU 13 and 14, an option due to any inconsistencies that may exist around the methodology and the boundaries that were noted in the CRAM queries paper? And I've had some discussions with concerned residents about that, about exactly the demarcation per particular streets, because some of them are very, very long, and there seems to be different sets of figures. That's a bit confusing. So that's a second question. The third question is about the again the HMO planning policy. The residents are asking about there was an original discussion about the 10%, and it was considered as a precautionary measure. So that just, I think, from residents' point of view, illustrates for them that people were thinking about this even then. And the fourth question that residents are asking here is about the LDP consultation was 5 years ago. And therefore the limitations, including the potential for outdated information. And over the last 5 years, residents' experiences have changed, especially in the light of the increase of HMO numbers related to McGee expansion. So is that outdated evidence that's being used to inform the LDP policies, HOU 13 and 14, still applicable? So look, even if officers aren't ready to respond to any of these, they have been sent in writing by CRAM members, and I think I wanted to get that on record. But if there's anything that officers are able to say in relation to any of them questions today, I think that would be useful.
Councillor Gallagher, go ahead there.
Thank you. It's probably a very important issue, and particularly for the city and its future. There's a number, and I believe that at some stage, this particular issue, if you want to call it like a hot potato or whatever, it's going to take a lot of work. But at some stage, I believe that possibly planning committee may set up a work group, within itself, and that has the potential maybe to map out potential ones that's in the system, and to try and come up with a solution around this. I don't think the solution is changing the policy in the LDP, where we are now ready after a very lengthy period of time, to go to print. It's, in fact, I think we're probably days away, aren't we? I think so. I think that if we were to go back to the summit, we would be going round and round and round, and we wouldn't be getting a handle on this at any stage. I think that we launch our LDP, we take that in, that there's issues that need resolved within the city, and there needs to be a balance given around the massive desire to fulfill 10,000 students. The task group is doing stuff, council's doing stuff, where we're trying to integrate the whole process. That I don't think throwing out the LDP at this stage is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with Councillor Gallagher. And I know Councillor Gallagher had been part of some of the earlier discussions that we were all involved in to develop the LDP, and there was quite a lot of work that went into it. Councillor Harkin was invited to them, never bothered turning up once. But I find it strange that he's advising residents groups and around what their options could be. In my view, all advising residents groups and stoking up fears. We have seen what happens when we refused applications because we've seen the impact that they would have in our communities. We refused applications and they were overturned at PAC because we didn't have a policy. So what that shows is that we need to have a policy, and we need to have controls in place around how we manage HMOs and how we manage university expansion, because it needs to be managed properly. And I want to put it categorically clear from this committee, from Sinn Féin's perspective and from our perspective from day one is that we don't support a 30% zone anywhere within Rosemount at all. And that has been categorically clear from day one. We understand that the layout of the streets don't lend itself to anything below above 10%. We understand that some of those streets have went beyond that, but it again falls back on the fact that we need to have a policy in place. We need to have something that's going to stand up at appeal, and we can't allow we can't allow a free for all that we have seen over the past number of years. So I'm glad that people now have joined the conversation, and I want to see this committee and this council move as quickly as we can into the local policies plan. They ease the fears that have been stoked up by some members of communities. We need to address the applications that are on the system under the new policy, and see if those refusals, if they are appealed, how it pans out and plan an appeal. I hope that the decisions, if there's applications refused that fall outside the policy, that are applications that are refused for good reason by this committee, that the plan and appeal will acknowledge that where we're at and acknowledge the impact that they're having on the communities. But we won't know until that's tested. So we want to see applications come on. And I suppose, Chair, just in relation to a question, I think we've been told that there's 45 applications in the system for HMOs. For officers' best assessment, can you determine, state even an estimate at this stage, how many of those would be coming to committee for refusal under the current policy or under the new policy, and if that policy was abandoned, what those recommendations would be? Thanks, Chair.
Did you take that, Suzanne?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, Councillor Jackson, we have approximately 45 HMOs on 45 sites at the minute. Our initial view on a lot of those, and looking at both HOU 13 and also HOU 14, which we would also be applying, would result in, there are numbers slightly just under half of those we will be applying HOU 14, and they won't meet that policy. And I think it's just to be clear, yes, those policies allow us now to bring in some control and management, and also, each case will be looking at its own merits as well. So officers will be setting out which, in terms of HOU 13. So we'll be setting out clearly where we feel the character is and all those sorts of things, so that members and residents can obviously clearly understand the recommendations that are coming forward.
So just to be clear, out of the 45 that are in the system, over 20 of them will be refused under the current policy.
I think at this stage, Councillor Jackson, obviously we haven't brought those into committee yet, and I don't want to be in a position where I'm predetermining, at that stage. But our advice at the minute is there's just under half of those, there's going to be difficulties in terms of meeting the new policy that's put in the draft plan strategy.
Councillor Rooney and then Councillor Hart.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Councillor Gallagher's remarks and Councillor Jackson's remarks and Councillor Harkin's remarks. I find myself, including the SDLP group, would be, we would be definitely supporting the recommendations within the paper that's put forward. Principally, when I'm looking back, and when I came into council, one of my first meetings was the roundtables and planning that was going on at that time. And we were discussing the LDP matters, and they were very intensive times. I remember that, quite difficult, and they were labour intensive. Well, what I am reminded about is that this process has gone through a very, very extensive examination through the single commissioner and the PAC. My understanding is that all material, including the housing policies, were extremely well canvassed by the commissioner and by council and by the legal parties who were there and all the parties who were there. It then left the PAC, the single commissioner's office, and the report went to the DFI for 9 months to a year for the planning department to consider that as well. And it came out in December. So it has had 2 extensive examinations. It's been tested. I believe it's robust. But I also believe that you're never going to get a perfect plan. It's a human condition that we live in, and you will never get a perfect plan that'll suit everybody and everybody at this time. But I think HOU 13 and HOU 14 are 2 policies that will enable council to adequately protect communities in relation to HMO policies in Derry and beyond in our district council. But the simple fact is that the last 20 years we've been operating without a policy. And if we now choose to stop this process, go back and reignite a separate investigation again, a separate policy, we'll lose principally 2 years possibly, but we'll also go back to the status quo. And that would mean then that the previous existing norm policy, or the sui generis policy as it was at that time, would be the existing policy, and therefore the doors will open onto HMO applications. And I for one don't want that. I for one want now HOU 13 and 14 to be able to control policies. I also note the point that was contained within the officer's document, that what they said was that in light of the areas around McGee at the moment, like Argyle Terrace, I was born and bred around there, and I know the area well. It could be argued that those areas, a lot of those areas now, and I agree with that point made in that report, that they could be at their saturation level according to the policy. So already there's that protection that could kick in as well. We need to remember that. There may be a possibility, I don't know, I just put it out there, of maybe offsetting. That's possible within the policy. I don't know if it contains that. If an area has reached that level, maybe it can be done in Norway, but we'll need to maybe explore that later on. But that's me, just a divergence at this moment in time. But I think, and from my perspective and from the SLP group's perspective in council, that if we diverge from where we are now, it'll be another 2 years before we could move on. It'll be another 2 years then for the LPP or more. But also I think as well as there is an expectation amongst other applicants and residents and stakeholders throughout our city and district and beyond that the LDP draft strategy is a huge document. A lot of other parties and people out there will be relying on this policy to come through because of the vintage of it, and they need certainty. And that is one of the crucial factors that we have to bear in mind as well. That I fully respect the people who've come here today. They have a valid contribution. They are residents in our city and district. But we have to bear in mind that putting this back, if that was going to be a possibility or even a contemplation, that would set back a lot of the other development plans and environmental plans contained in that policy intractably for another 3 or 4 years, maybe more. And on that basis, at this moment in time, I hope that officers come back and will adequately address the questions that have been put forward by the concerned residents around McGee. But on that basis and on basis of the paper and of what this committee and council have done the last 10 years in this exercise, I don't think it is actually reasonable at this stage. And I say reasonable to halt this process and to go back in time. We have to keep going forward, and I think this is the policies to enable us to do it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Councillor Harkin, something else?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, today's paper is in response to the CRAM deputation, and what the paper does, it lays out what's possible. Now, I don't want to have to redo the LDP or any aspect of it, but I remember being told point blank by Councillor Jackson that the LDP could not be worked with, that it couldn't be reformed, that the way it would come forward into the council, that was it. And no council officers at the time actually corrected that. And now it's clear that it can be revised. That might not be the path that anybody wants, but it can be revised. That's what council officers are saying. And that's actually important because there was previous conversations about is revisions possible. Well, it can. It's not, given all the work that was done, that's not the path that anybody wants to choose. So, but I think that's important because this meeting was open for information where the options were laid out for the council and so residents could see them as well. The second thing is about scaremongering. It's a wild assumption, I think, that Councillor Jackson thinks that I'm advising people in CRAM or GDI, Glen Development Initiative, around the 10% cap issue. People who live around Magee don't need to be scaremongered to about the reality of what the congestion and what's happening to the streets. So that's just a nonsense, to be quite honest. And it actually, I think it's, you know, what does that say for the people who are actually turning out in huge numbers to all the different meetings that have been organised at Magee, at GDI, at Brook Park, that these people can't think for themselves? So I think that's a nonsense. I think people are coming up with this themselves because they can see what's happening around them and they're asking questions. I also think it's interesting that Councillor Jackson has a go at me for scaremongering when on the eve of the CRAM deputation, we get a letter from property developers threatening the council that it would be bad for business, bad for the council to adopt a 10% limit for HMOs. I didn't hear Councillor Jackson or Sinn Féin say anything about that. When that appeared to me to be a direct threat and a warning to the council about HMO owners not being able to fully maximise their profits because some doors had to be locked. So I think it's unfair to turn around and say you're scaremongering. Why not say something about you know, property developers who don't really care about what's happening in the streets around Magee and what residents are actually saying. So what I would say is that
I'll ask you to wrap up there,
yeah.
Stephen.
So
I'll give the officers an opportunity to respond to your question.
And there'll be more discussion of this, but on the 10% issue, look, I think what residents need is assurances that their voices have been heard, because that's going to be the key thing. And I think that people don't, there's a lack of trust that, you know, I think people have made their case again and again around this issue. I think officers have been listening as well, but that we have to find a way of making sure that we actually do protect the areas, the residential areas around Magee, because that's what it's going to boil down to. It's whether or not we can assure people that their voices have been heard and that there's a path to actually making sure that that happens.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Neills.
Of course, the residents can think for themselves. They've been living in the areas for years. They've been dealing with the problems for years. Of course, they can think for themselves and they can act for themselves as well, and they have been. But we have also been listening to them, and that is why I brought in the 10% cap. We have been listening, and that assurance is there that we have been listening. So I don't, when Councillor Jackson saying about scaremongering, it's this, you know, this worry that we're not listening, and this, you know, you're saying that we're not listening to them. We are listening to them, and we have been, and we've been doing it for years, and we've been doing it in a, like a really condensed way in the past few months in terms of bringing in that 10%. So I don't appreciate that being said.
Councillor Gallagher, and then I want to move to Philip then for a response.
Thank you for that, Mr. Pagan. Just short enough. Council also will have a responsibility for looking at other solutions. And there may be other solutions in the pipeline. HMOs is not the only accommodation for students. It's not the only. So we need to be looking, you know, and rolling out in this plan committee and looking what the issues is that comes in. And if there's applications rejected, developers too will be saying we need other solutions, and other solutions may come forward. So we have to, as Councillor Mooney said, we have to take it forward and let's see where this goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Geller. I want to bring in Philip now at this stage.
Chair, sorry, before you do, I had my hand up, but it might have disappeared. I won't keep it brief.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and I'll keep it brief for a very simple reason. Most of what needs said has been said. But I think it's very, very important that I reiterate from an SDLP perspective where we are on this. Obviously, everybody's had an opportunity to read this paper. There's a significant amount of detail in it. And the reality is, if we stall this process now, we sit still. And it's free for all time, it's pile-on time. And the thing that we don't want, that's not what we want. We need control. People wanted control. There's been extensive opportunity over the years to engage with the LDP process, and I am conscious, of course, as time moves on, things can change. That's a fair reflection, and I don't think any of us could deny that. However, we are now where we are, and Councillor Mooney has outlined an awful lot of the position as we see it. I do have one question, Chair, and actually just in relation to something was just said there now by Councillor Gallagher. For those that might be interested, there's a pre-application discussion about to take place in relation to a very large student development along the Strand Road. If people want to have a look into that, and particularly elected members, because that was actually sent out in an email to elected members earlier this week. So if anybody hasn't seen that, perhaps you'd want to look at it. But the question I have, and it is referenced in the report, and that is that we are engaging with Belfast City Council, who oversee the HMO licensing, and how close are we to determining how many HMOs are licensed and specifically where they are? Because I think that certainly would inform the conversation for everyone, absolutely everyone, including elected members, but more specifically and importantly, members of the general public.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. I'll just hand over to Philip now. He wants to come in, and I'll try and get you an answer to that question as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Firstly, from an officer point of view, just want to make it abundantly clear that voices have been heard, and we very much welcome the presence of members of the public here today to hear the discussion in relation to the matter. The correspondence which came in last night from CRAM obviously is detailed and has a number of questions contained within it. I'm not going to try and insult CRAM by giving trite answers to those questions today. We will provide a substantive response, and we will do that quickly. We'll do that in advance of the full council meeting this month to make sure that people have an opportunity to consider it. Very briefly, though, in relation to the issues that have been raised in relation to the correspondence, I think our preliminary view is that the issues that are, a number of the issues that are raised within it are matters that properly sit to be addressed at the local plan policy stage. And I think it is very important that people understand that the plan process is a two-stage process. We're approaching a position of adoption of the LDP, the draft plan strategy, which is going to allow us to put in place these policies which do allow a degree of control which hasn't existed previously in relation to HMOs. But more importantly then, what follows from that is that we are then able to progress forward with the local plan policies stage of the plan. And it's as part of that LPP process that we are able to establish these HMO management areas, and that we're able to fix those areas at which the 10% rate will be established, and a number of members here today have already expressed. In fact, I think there's a unanimous view amongst the members, both on and off the committee, that are here today, that we want to get into that position where we have that level of control in place as quickly as possible. So I think that's important for members, and I think it's also important for people that they appreciate that it's at that LPP stage that we're able to get those controls in place. And so it's important that we start moving towards that LPP process as quickly as possible, because if we don't get there, and if we don't get through the LDP process, then we are back into that stage whereby we have we have effectively no HMO policy and limited ability to control that at the moment. So I just wanted to make that particularly clear in relation to that. Other than that, officers will certainly provide substantive response to the questions that came in through from CRAM in relation to that. As Suzanne has already indicated, we are looking to continue to engage and to have more substantive engagement with CRAM in and around all of these areas, and particularly have their support and input in relation to the LPP stage. I think the LPP stage also, that maybe answers Councillor Boyle's question as well as to when do we expect an answer in relation to that. That information will flow forward as part and form part of the LPP stage in relation to this matter as well. Certainly, we are listening. We do hear, as officers, obviously we take our instruction from elected members, and the message which is coming through, I think, unanimously from elected members in relation to this is that they want to get forward to a place where the HMO management areas are in place as quickly as possible, so that the level of control that members want to be able to exercise over these areas is in place as quickly as possible. So thank you very much, members.
Thank you, Philip, and thank you everybody for the discussion around that, and I hope that gives some reassurance to everyone. I'm going to move on now to items on the agenda 12 and 13, list of decisions and appeals update. If anybody has any queries on that. Nobody indicating there. I'd like to move into confidential now, please. I propose there from Councillor Mooney and a seconder. Councillor Neelis, thank you.